Starting now. Hello and welcome to a meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, March the 16th. I'd like to read the following announcement before we continue. In compliance with the state and county shelter home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, city council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, a resident should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will be open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting. Again, prior to the start of the regular meeting, written public comments can be submitted via email to city clerk, starcity.com, prior to 12 noon, the day of the council meeting, to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting, also available to play later at YouTube by accessing the following link, www.drcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here, and by the way, the audio is messed up.
Councilmember Hammond. Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I'm present. We have a majority of council members present. We will continue with our meeting. Our first item tonight is a closed session. We'll be recessing from this to a closed session meeting. I'll ask the city attorney what items we'll be discussing this evening.
Looks like we may have lost Kimberly, so I'll go ahead and indicate the items for the closed session agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So you do have 3 items. In the order we'd like to take them, first would be conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, and the subject address is 1345 Park Street. Negotiating parties are Caldera Collective, and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Second item would be public employment item pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager and Interim City Manager. And the third item is a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The address is 1955 Theater Drive. That is the River Lodge. And the negotiating parties are the City and Pacific West Hotels and Resorts Incorporated. And the under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Those are the 3 items for tonight, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online?
Mayor Martin, yes. I apologize. I believe I have my audio back now. I did just want to clarify that Councilmember Hammond is absent right now, but is expected to join the closed session, but will not be participating in the closed session regarding the 1345 Park Street for a potential conflict, which he will also be, which he will announce when we return for item 16.
Very good. And I see that Councilman Hammond is with us right now.
Yeah, Kim, I'm going to off, then you guys can come back.
Yes, John, we'll give you a call when it's time to move from the other 2 items to, if this first item to the ones you'll be part of.
Very good. Thank you.
So with that, is there anyone from public waiting in line to make comment on these closed session items?
No, sir.
In that case, I will recess the city council to closed session and we will reassemble once the proper electronic connections have been made. 10 seconds from right. Hello and good evening. This is Mayor Steve Barton welcoming you to the regular meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, March the 16th. And before we proceed, I'll read the following. In compliance with the state county shelter home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, city council meetings will be held by teleconference only until their notice. Rather than attending in person, residents should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the general meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to city clerk at prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number of name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting, also available to play on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. With that, I will call the meeting to order, and I will invite everyone to mute their microphones with the exception of Councilman Strong, who I will ask to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On echo, by the way. But if with me, please, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have our invocation. We have Pastor Pat Sheehan. Pastor Sheehan, you with us?
I just want to thank all of you for your leadership this last year before I pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask your blessings upon Mayor Martin, councilpersons Gregory, Hammond, Garcia, and Strong. May you keep them in good health and bless them with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding for every decision before them. Father, protect and be with our law enforcement officers and emergency services personnel who bravely protect and serve. Bless all in leadership in our city with the grace they need to lead their respective agencies. And Father, we ask you for peace upon our city, state, and nation through these turbulent times. Thank you for the recent rain, and may your blessings rain down upon every Robland. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you for that. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Hammond,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I'm here. May we have staff introductions, please?
Warren Frace, Community Development Director. With me tonight is David Athy, the City Engineer, Brian Cowan, the Chief Building Official, Darren Nash, the City Planner.
Christopher Aleckel, Interim Public Works Director, joined by Kristen Faravanti, Assistant Capital Projects Engineer, Matt Thompson, Wastewater Manager, and Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Julie Dolan, Director of Community Services, joined by Frida Berman, Maintenance Superintendent.
Caleb Davis, Commander of Police Department.
Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief, joined by Randy Harris, Fire Marshal Battalion Chief.
Shannon Fouts, Human Resources Manager.
Sarah Johnson-Rios, Assistant City Manager, joined by Melissa Boyer, formerly Melissa Martin, City Clerk, Dave McHugh, IT Manager, Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney.
Tom Frucci, City Manager.
Thank you very much. Prior to this open public meeting, we had a noticed closed session meeting of the Paso Robles City Council. I will ask the city attorney if there was any reportable action from that meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. The council convened in closed session on 3 items as noted on the agenda: public employment regarding the city manager, interim city manager position, conference with real property negotiators regarding 1955 Theater Drive, and conference with real property negotiators regarding the lease sublease at 1345 Park Street. I would note that Councilmember Hammond did not participate in that item, and the council provided direction, but there's no reportable action.
Thank you for that. We move on now with our agenda. And first up, we have presentations. And our first presentation is by Mr. Harris with the COVID-19 community update.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council. I'm Battalion Chief Randy Harris with Assistant City Manager Sarah Johnson-Rios, here tonight to present you the latest COVID-19 update. We'll give it just 1 second for the presentation to come up on the screen, please. All right, next slide. Statewide ICU availability over the past 4 weeks has increased to 28.7%. The state now has over 3.5 million positive cases and 55,372 fatalities, which is an increase of 2,875 fatalities since your last report on March 2nd. Neighboring counties of Monterey, Santa Barbara, and Ventura has also seen a decrease in the virus spread and moved into the red tier. All Southern California counties are also now in the red tier. Next slide, please. In San Luis Obispo County, we remain in the red tier with an adjusted case rate of 6.2, a positivity rating of 2.1%, and a health equity rate of 3.1%. Next slide, please. As of this afternoon, San Luis Obispo County had 20,115 cases, including 253 fatalities with 290 active cases. Currently, San Luis Obispo County has 7 COVID-19 patients in the hospital, 2 of those in the ICU. Next slide, please. San Luis Obispo County Public Health has administered just over 68,000 vaccine doses. You can see there on the slide, the total who have 2 doses is just under 25,000. And this does not include the private sector vaccines that are administered. Next slide, please. The current vaccine eligibility is Phase 1B. This includes San Luis Obispo County residents age 65 and older, education and child care providers, food and agriculture workers, public transit, including airport and commercial airline workers, janitorial services, and healthcare providers may also use clinical judgment for individuals aged 16 to 64 deemed to be at high risk for morbidity and mortality as a direct result of severe conditions. These conditions include cancer, chronic kidney disease, chronic pulmonary disease, Down syndrome, immunocompromised state, pregnancy, sickle cell disease, heart conditions, severe obesity, and type 2 diabetes. Next slide, please. San Luis Obispo County is starting a program called Farm Worker Fridays. The Farm Bureau, in conjunction with various growers and farm labor companies, are conducting educational outreach in advance of vaccine events targeted towards farm workers who might otherwise have access or ability to obtain a vaccine. Vaccinations will begin in Arroyo Grande on March 19th with 600 units of Johnson & Johnson vaccine to be administered. On March 26th, the event will be held in Paso Robles at the Event Center. These events will continue for the next 4 Fridays. Next slide, please. In other good news, the state's allowing wineries, breweries, and distilleries that don't serve food to resume modified outdoor operations. This previously had been banned under the red tier. These businesses must require reservations, limit visits to no more than 90 minutes, regularly sanitize tables and surfaces, space tables at least 6 feet apart, and require the use of face coverings by employees and guests when not seated at their table. I will now turn it over to Ms. Johnson-Rios for the balance of the report.
Thank you, Battalion Chief Harris. So I'll just provide a brief reminder about the city's economic recovery efforts. We will be talking about parklets on tonight's agenda, and then the propane support program is continuing through the end of this month. The Keep It Local promotion where residents can get 20% off gift cards at, now it's over 75 participating local businesses, is still ongoing as well. So encourage folks to take advantage of that. And then I wanted to highlight on the next slide, please, some of the key components of the federal assistance that our residents and the city itself will be eligible for. So as most folks know, most Americans are eligible for a third round of federal funding, $1,400 per person for those that earn less than $75,000 a year, or $150,000 for married couples. And so just as an FYI to the community, there is an IRS website where you can actually check the status of your payment. And so just wanted to put that up on the screen. Also wanted to highlight for our local businesses that there are a couple of interesting programs, the Restaurant Revitalization Fund and the Shuttered Venue Operator Grant Fund, that the Small Business Administration will be rolling out. It looks like their website is not yet open for applications, but there is information online about both of these programs. And they have funding available to essentially reimburse businesses for lost revenue during the COVID period. I think it's roughly a year-long period. They look at 2020 gross receipts and 2019 gross receipts and base the eligible assistance on that, at least for the restaurant program. So lots more details online, but would really encourage local businesses to be aware of and take a look at those federal assistance programs. And then cities and counties will be receiving funding as well. And so we are learning more about that and how those funds can be spent. And we will be bringing back information to council at a future meeting about those funds and options for those funds. Next slide, please. So rental assistance is also a large focus of the American Rescue Plan, and landlords and tenants are actually both eligible. In SLO County's case, the county is actually taking the lead on administering these funds. The website and the phone number are here on the screen, recoverslo.org/rent relief. And so landlords can get up to 80% of unpaid rent if they forgive the other 20%. Tenants can get 25% of their unpaid rent back. And again, that's roughly for a year period, April 2020 through March 2021. And it's important to note, too, that the eviction protections have been extended through June. Tenants are better protected if they're able to actually pay that 25% portion. So this federal funding allows them to do that and then receive ongoing eviction protection. And foreclosure protections have also been extended actually through September. So wanted to make sure everyone was aware locally of those federal programs. Next slide, please. And our community outreach continues in both English and Spanish. Again, the county is the public health information lead for the COVID-19 crisis, but the city is working very closely with them and with a lot of our local stakeholders to try to get information out locally. Just a reminder of all the different places you can sign up to receive information from us if you have not yet. And on the last slide, we have a testing reminder. Again, this is one of the factors that does improve our metrics and has currently helped get us into the red tier. So similarly, it has the potential to help get us into the orange tier and then the yellow tier if we maintain high levels of testing. So we still do have the Paso Robles no-cost testing center that's open 3 days a week. And with that, Chief Harris and I are available for any questions.
Thank you. This is a presentation item, requires no action by council. I'll ask for council questions first, starting with Councilman Strong.
Yes, no questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Gregory.
Yes, I have a question of Battalion Chief Harris. So Randy, are they going to, when's their next step down into the next tier, do you think is going to happen? Are they estimating that yet, or?
You know, two of our metrics do put us in a lower tier. I would defer to Ms. Johnson Rios to see if she has any insight.
Sure. The metrics, we've got a couple different factors going on because the soonest would likely be next week that we could potentially go into the orange tier, but our case rate is the metric that's still too high. And so that still has us in the red tier. So we are going to need to see our case rate improve in order to be eligible to move into the orange tier. And then the other factor is that the state has set these goals at which point they will actually loosen the tier categories. So once they've hit 2 million vaccines, which they have hit, and then again, once they've hit 4 million vaccines in health equity index locations, then the tier structure becomes a little bit more lenient. So that may help us faster than our case rate change could. So it's unfortunately a little hard to predict now, but both of those metrics are moving in the right direction. So, hopefully within the next, couple of weeks or so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sarah, you can probably answer this. Health equity, essentially herd immunity. That's another word for it.
Actually, when the state uses the health equity index, they're referring to a series of geographic locations that have certain characteristics. So it's not just based on income, but income is one factor, race and ethnicity is another factor, things like tree coverage are another factor. And so they look at all of these factors. There's a website that outlines what the health equity metrics are based on. And the state has been tying a lot of the vaccine distribution goals and reporting to how many vaccines are administered in those locations.
Okay, interesting how they use those words. And the last question here on that, very curious about the rental assistance for landlords and tenants.
Mm-hmm.
Is that also for commercial buildings? We had a lot of commercial buildings that had the same situation with tenants not able to pay their rent. Does that include commercial building?
That's a really good question. I actually don't readily have the answer to that. I can certainly follow up with that. We can put it in this week's COVID email update so the public has that info too. This is a new program that the county actually just launched yesterday. So that website, recoverslow.org /rent relief, just went live yesterday. So I'm not sure, but we'll certainly find out.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a lot of different ones, particularly the Sandbox tenant that wasn't able to make his rent. You follow? So maybe that might be a solution there. Maybe I'd like to also find out for myself. I gave some relief to some of our tenants. So if you can, let's get into that question on commercial building, please, as soon as we can. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I see no one in queue from the community to comment on this report. Therefore, I will move forward to item number 2 on the agenda, which is the capital projects report. Ditas Esperanza.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll just wait for the PowerPoint to come on.
While we're waiting, Mr. Mayor, we just remind people that with St. Patrick's Day coming up, please observe social distancing and use your masks. Otherwise, our case rate may go up instead of down, and that would significantly harm our ability to move from the red tier into the orange tier.
Thank you.
Okay, this is this month's Public Works presentation of projects under construction. So this was the project we did before the winter. If you recall, we did an emergency protection repair of our Monari trunk sewer project. This is what it looked like. That's why we needed to repair it, because of the grading and failed areas around the pipe. I just wanted to show you the result of our completed construction when the winter rains came. So the project was completed quite timely, and when the winter rains came and brought a lot of water, that pipeline was well protected. So that was a good thing that we did. Here's some more pictures. So there's quite a bit of water that goes through that area of the city. And then a few weeks ago, we did night work to replace some sewer manholes on South River Road. This is just south of Niblick, between Niblick and Charlet. So this was an old manhole that we needed to remove. It's now gone. And then this is the new manhole that we were putting back to replace it. And then we also did some sewer bypassing of the lift station that serves the riverbank track. And this is the sewer the bypass piping so that we could install a new force main to serve that lift station. That project is pretty much complete. There's still some restoration of trench along South River Road, but that's pretty much done. So now we have some projects that are coming up for construction. A reminder, Dry Creek Road Phase 2 is consisting of the area from Straya Warbirds to Jardine. And if this just shows you how we're redoing some of the alignment of the road to remove some of the horizontal and vertical curvature. The project is currently out to bid. The bids are due on April 1st. So depending on the result of the bids, if we, well, not if, but hoping that we get a good, responsive and responsible bid, the goal is to have it on your agenda for the April 20th award of that project. We're also working on the improvements at Golden Hill and Union Road intersection. This is a before picture, and this is an after picture. And so the project, we're continuing with preparing the final design, and 100% plans are due come May and June. The city staff will then review it, make sure it's in good, presentable manner, and then we will then go advertise for bid for the project. We're also working on our 2021 annual street maintenance work. This list of streets is on the west side. Again, plans are due, 100% plans are due come May. We'll review those plans, and if it's good to go, then we'll go ahead and advertise for bids. So these are the streets on the west side, and it's shown here pictorially. And then these are the streets on the east side, and it's shown here pictorially. That concludes my presentation until next month. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. This again is a presentation, no action required. We'll start with council questions. Councilman Strong, please.
No questions. Great work.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions. Thank you, Ditas.
Councilman Gregory.
No questions. Thank you, Ditas.
And Councilman Hammond.
Ditas, can you send the PowerPoint to us, at least to me? I mean, you were running through those slides so fast, I think it was like 2 seconds on the west side street. So I'd like to look at them a little closer, please.
Okay, it is on our website. I mean, the drawing, but I'll send, you want the whole PowerPoint presentation or just the map that shows the west side streets?
Well, it's easier just to put the whole PowerPoint to me. That's fine. I mean, I just want to look at it a little closer, please.
I'll email it to you.
Thank you.
Once again, I see no one lined up in the public to make comment on this presentation, so we will move ahead to item number 3, which is our Paso Robles Main Street Association presentation. I understand we have the Executive Director, Norma Moy, with us and some of her folks. Norma, are you on board?
Hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Norma Moy, Executive Director of the Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association. Mayor Martin, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond, Council Gregory, Council Strong, Council Garcia, city staff, and citizens. Downtown is important because it is the heart and the soul of any community. If you don't have a healthy downtown, you simply don't have a healthy town. Downtown is the city's identity. Main Street's mission statement. The Paso Robles Main Street Association promotes, and strengthens the economic vitality and unique historical value of our downtown while maintaining and promoting our friendly community atmosphere. Now, I will turn the presentation over to our Main Street President, Derek Betancourt. Derek, you're on, honey.
Let me get you.
Thank you, Norma. Hello, City Council and community members listening and watching. I am Derek Betancourt, the current Main Street Board President. I worked in the downtown area for over a decade as a restaurant operator and now as a sales representative for Giordano's Food Distribution. Thank you for your audience tonight on behalf of Main Street. I'd like to introduce the 4 points of our Main Street program: economic restructuring, design, promotion, and organization. Slide. Next slide, please. Go back. The 4 pillars of Main Street. Okay. Economic restructuring. We focus on capital, incentives, and other economic and financial tools to assist new and existing businesses, encourage property development, and create a supportive environment for entrepreneurs and innovators that drive local economies. The Main Street Economic Vitality Committee produces a business planning guide for anyone opening a new business. We also produce a brochure of downtown properties up for sale and lease. Design. We support community transformation by enhancing the physical and visual assets that set the downtown commercial district apart. The Main Street Design Committee orders, places, and maintains the downtown benches, bike racks, sidewalk bricks, and artistic wine barrel planters that are pictured. Promotion. Main Street positions the Paso Robles downtown as a center of the community and hub of economic activity, while creating a positive image that showcases our community's unique characteristics. Next slide, please. The Paso Robles Main Street Association is best known for our events. In a non-pandemic year, we put on over 20 annual downtown events, such as the Olive Festival, Lavender Festival, Valentine Movie Night, Hop to It, Visit the Easter Bunny, the Vintage Sidecar Rendezvous and Treasure Fair, the Crazy Day Sale Promotion, concerts in the park in partnership with the Rec Department, the Free Pancake Breakfast, Pajama Movie Night, Taste of Downtown, Golden Oak Honey Festival, the Safe and Fun Halloween, Elegant Evening, the Downtown Lighting Ceremony, Shop Small Saturday Promotions, Christmas Light Parade, Santa Claus, the Vine Street Victorian Showcase, Teddy Bear Tea, and our monthly merchant business mixers. Organization involves creating a strong foundation for a sustainable revitalization effort, including cultivating partnerships, community involvement, and resources for the district. Main Street works with 16 volunteer board members pictured, along with liaisons representing the Paso Robles Art Association, Hispanic Business Association, Paso Robles Schools, the Historical Society, Paso Robles Waste, and the City Council. We also work with our city partner organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, Travel Paso, and the Wine Country Alliance. Pictured are office staff, liaisons, and committee chairs. Economic vitality. Main Street offers a wide range of marketing tools and services to promote downtown. These include the Downtown Public Information Kiosk, monthly listings of properties for lease, sale downtown, in which our block captains deliver to realtors in the downtown area. The production and distribution of a business planner to guide new business owners, the production and distribution of brochure guides for restaurants, antique shops, and wine tasting rooms, promotion of downtown activities via the Main Street website, social media, flyers, calendars, emailers, magazines, and banners. In coordination with the Rec Foundation of all paperwork for health permits for the concerts in the park, we provision of professional, full-time, part-time, and volunteer staff. Volunteers for Main Street donate more than 9,000 hours each year through Paso Robles Main Street Association events and services. We also track the Business Improvement Assessment District payments by reporting to the city those new businesses and closing businesses in the BIA Assessment District. COVID response. Main Street's COVID response is keeping our downtown merchants, members, and tourists informed. We do this through our e-newsletters, updating merchants on county and city response, a tourist response messenger on our website, through social media, and by phone. The downtown kiosk information containing information on COVID, weekly phone calls to downtown merchants from Norma and staff, working with our partners to gather information and respond to the COVID environment, and merchant support and economic stimulus information. Next slide, please. In 2020, we modified 5 of our events to meet COVID requirements. These events were Hop to It, Visit the Easter Bunny, which was a virtual event, the Mother's Day giveaway on Facebook, online raffle fundraisers, Santa Claus, and the drive-through Vine Street Victorian Showcase, which encompassed 2 days. This next slide represents the impact the pandemic has played on our events and promotions. The majority of our annual events have had to be postponed, drastically affecting our ability to generate revenue. Next slide, please. COVID response continued. In response to COVID, we have had to modify our activities to meet the government mandates. We continue to be aware of compliance issues and are updating our merchants and members with our partner organizations, the Chamber, Travel Paso, and the Wine Alliance. Listed are bullet points of our COVID response. Special events are modified to accommodate government mandates and infection control measures. Special events will include education efforts to increase public compliance with infection control and reduce vaccine hesitancy. COVID-19 informational flyers will be distributed via the downtown kiosk and volunteers. All printed listings, brochures, directories, and calendars will include public health information and point people to the city's website for current COVID information. Include COVID-19 vaccine messaging through media and promotional materials. All tourism-related promotions will include COVID-19 messaging developed in partnership with other organizations, such as the Chamber of Commerce, Travel Paso, the Wine Country Alliance, and the Hispanic Business Association. Docent tours will include information on business efforts to maintain COVID-19 safe environments. What Main Street provides to the community are promotions, projects, and events in our downtown, which bring tourists and community residents together. The Paso Robles Main Street Association supports downtown businesses by hosting events throughout the year and promoting residents and visitors to experience, shop, dine, and wine downtown. Paso Robles Main Street Association lacks independent funding from event sponsorships due to the COVID-19 causing a postponement of events and revenue. The Paso Robles Main Street Association relies on events for the majority of our annual budget, as the city of Paso Robles funds less than half of our full income. The Paso Robles Main Street Association operates on little overhead, including 2 Main Street employees plus a multitude of volunteers producing over 9,000 hours a year. The Paso Robles Main Street Association contends that the funds given to our program from the city of Paso Robles are easily recouped through additional transient occupancy and sales tax generated from our many events. Accountability. The citizens of Paso Robles want to know their tax dollars are being spent judiciously. While the Paso Robles Main Street Association believes it is self-evident that public funds invested in this program provide a high rate of return, it is our intention to quantify this assertion by providing annual transparency reports when requested, which include financial reports, volunteer participation, membership information, event statistics, internet and social media reports, and other activity reports. The request for funding. Based on our outstanding history as a nonprofit, Main Street's flexibility and adaptability in the face of the COVID-19 crisis and its intent to maintain past service levels, increase coronavirus engagement, and provide substantial reporting to justify the investment of our public funds. The Paso Robles Main Street Association requests the City of Paso Robles approve a funding agreement in the amount of $95,000 for the calendar year 2021, retroactive to January 1st, 2021. On behalf of the Paso Robles Main Street Association, thank you. We'll now turn the meeting back over to the council.
Thank you, Norma, and thank you, Derek. Norma, anything else to add?
No, I think that's it, Steve. Thank you, honey.
Very good. A very complete and very attractive report. I especially appreciated the elements regarding COVID-19 response and the sensitivity towards our need for accountability reports. This is a presentation item, no action by the council tonight. We will go to the council for questions and comments. Mr. Strong.
Well, as the liaison to Main Street, I really have no questions. I congratulate Norma and the entire staff for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir, no questions. Thank you so much, Derek and Ms. Norma, for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, no questions from me. And thank you, Norma and Derek, for a really nice presentation, a nice expose of everything you're doing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Norma, again, and Derek, well done presentation. And you are the heartbeat of the downtown. I like that little logo right there in the middle. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And you've already received my comments. We do appreciate that report, and we'll be taking up the issue of funding for partner organizations at a later meeting. But this provides a lot of information for our council and, of course, to our community about the operations and benefits of our partner organizations. Once again, I see no one in queue from the public to comment, so we'll move on to item number 4 on our presentation list. This is a presentation from the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, and I believe we have Chamber President and CEO Gina Fitzpatrick with us. Gina, are you there?
I am. How are you all this evening?
Welcome. We are fine.
Good. Let's see if we can take a moment here to load my presentation. Looks like I don't have the ability to do that. So if I could get some assistance here, we'll be ready to roll.
We're ready when you are.
Okay. All right. It looks like I now have the opportunity to share. Are you able to see my presentation?
Not yet.
Melissa, do you want to
We can
use
share
it back
it.
up here?
Gina, excuse me. We can go ahead and share it from here and you can just prompt.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you again for the opportunity to share this evening. We've enjoyed providing visitor and community services on behalf of the city, and we look forward to providing these services through the renewal of our current partnership agreement. It's been in place in various forms for over 20 plus years. Next slide, please. The mission of the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce is to promote economic vitality, empower leaders, champion businesses, foster civic engagement, and honor our history. As the Chamber of Commerce, our role is to take care of our members. It's to enhance and promote local businesses. It's a little bit separate from what we do in the Visitor Center. So through the branch of the Visitor Center, our location offers services in addition to what the chambers normally offer. We ensure consistent messages shared with our visitors and residents alike through our partnerships. And we especially love that it's even easier for people to find us with the city's recent investment of wayfinding signage. It's really driven our traffic in the center, and we love it. On our next slide, you can see members of our board of directors. We do make every attempt to engage a diversified board, showing representation from the various industries that make up our business community as a whole. This year, we have 7 board members that represent the interest of tourism, with the remaining 11 proving to be indirectly impacted in their businesses by tourism. So as a whole, everybody sees tourism as a critical piece in Paso Robles. Additionally, our board is so supportive and invested in the success of our community that several sit on multiple boards. So there's actually a crossover with both the Wine Alliance and Travel Paso. So when we talk about partnerships, we mean it. Next slide, please. Our history reflects on the stability of our organization, as we've been around for over 100 years. I know many of you were with us last year, right before we went into the stay-at-home order, and when we celebrated our 100th year at our annual gala. So different times. Next slide, please. Our partnerships. We believe that our partnerships, it's engagement with community stakeholders that creates a nimble and action-oriented approach to our economic health and prosperity. So the Chamber partners with the City of Paso Robles to advocate and strengthen the local tourism industry ecosystem. Our tourism and promotional partners include Travel Paso, the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, and the Main Street Association. We all work together to stimulate the tourism economy. Over the years, we've done many things with participating with these partner organizations. We participated by engaging in FAM tours, tourism summits, and advocacy efforts on behalf of our tourism industry partners. In the slides ahead, I'll talk a little bit more about the work that we collectively produce. Next slide, please. If you've never been, I would be shocked. The Visitor Center, as almost everybody knows, is the hub of information strategically located in the downtown square for traveling guests and residents alike. We're right down the alley from Norma. We're neighbors. The Visitor Center promotes our largest industries, agriculture, wine, and tourism, as well as unique experiences sought out by our guests. Our friendly team welcomes guests, fields group travel inquiries, and initiates bookings, which is a big one. We curate itineraries and create a high-touch experience for destination visitors. Once people arrive, they want to stay. We've provided personal assistance and over 240 relocation guides in 2019. And I think that as a result of the pandemic, actually, as we saw people wanting to move out of the Bay Area, San Francisco and Los Angeles, and coming into Paso Robles, they still found us, and we gave out 51 relocation guides in 2020. Next slide, please. We love our locals, and so through our community volunteer program, we typically, in a normal year, have a large number of volunteers that come into the center to dedicate their time. We employ 2 part-time team members, and we have successfully mentored 3 hospitality-focused interns through Cuesta College in the last 5 years. The Visitor Center is frequently used by our locals as we're asked to provide information on community happenings and make specific site referrals. We often serve as a location for ticket sales and will call for many community events. And the Visitor Center serves as a critical liaison for economic development in the city. From the relocation guides I just spoke to the emergent industries, to all things Paso, the team is a one-stop information source for the Paso Robles community and business inquiries. Through a tourism lens, we've talked to investors coming into the areas they research before building homes, infrastructure, business parks, conference centers, and hotels. We find that they come to the Visitor Center quite frequently to learn more and engage with us, the Chamber of Commerce, and talk to our staff about the trends in tourism before they actually make investments in our community. Next slide, please. Our staff has been busy. Our year in review has been a fun one. We've remained open in some capacity throughout the entire pandemic as we quickly learned our visitors needed hope, something positive to look forward to as they dreamt of their next vacation in Paso. So while fielding the phone calls, emails, sending maps and pamphlets, we also helped our visitors by providing information about who was open for business, where they could stay, and how to arrive safely. All of this also led to the creation of Paso Strong website and resource center. We shared leads on access to personal protective equipment for our open businesses. We educated businesses on COVID-19 safety protocol. A lot of that had to do with reopening guidelines if they were temporarily shut down, or for those that were deemed essential, ensuring that they were able to remain open. We advocated for a safe reopening. We did a mask giveaway. We are currently administering the city propane program. We implemented Dining in the Park along with Travel Paso and the Wine Country Alliance and the Main Street Association. We also convened roundtable discussions with lots of our stakeholders, and that we also partnered with the city and our other community partner organizations on. We've also assisted the Paso Robles Police Department with COVID-19 protocol enforcement. Next slide, please. In a pandemic year, these numbers pretty much speak for themselves. As you can see, the level of engagement our visitor center team supported in 2020 was still high. I wanted to do a year over year, but I thought that it would be most appropriate to just show 2020 and what we've been through this past year. We still had 6,286 walk-ins. You can see that we had many email requests. The phone was ringing. Site referrals through our website were at 58,000. Oh, excuse me, those were actually in-person site referrals, 58,000 of them. And then we gave out lots of maps, and people asked for physical mailings. There were actually a lot of people that still are planning their family reunions and bridal party getaways. So we still had 303 group travel bags, which I thought was impressive. Next slide, please. To not bore you and go through every single one of these, I will say that I think that we had very hefty response to COVID-19. Our visitor center staff, of course, had to pivot, much like everybody else, through the course of the last year. In quarters 3 and 4 of 2020, our staff split their time assisting guests in planning future trips to Paso. But they were also helping the community quite a bit. And so we ended up doing some events like the State of the North County and our business walk, our park dining program, the propane reimbursement program, our staff's very actively involved in. And I think that that's really been beneficial. And then, of course, our advocacy statements that we have made either to you, our council, or at the county and state level have been critical as well. Next slide, please. Our Paso Strong campaign was very well received. We estimate about 85 email communications that went out, and 64 Paso Strong alerts were posted on our website. You can see that we had 21,800 Paso Strong page views, lots of followers on Facebook. We distributed earlier I mentioned the mask distribution, where we distributed over 3,000 masks. We had 150 certified businesses that we promoted, and then 21 specifically through our original gift card program, separate from what the city's doing now. And these numbers really illustrate to me the significant role our staff plays through the interaction we have with our visitors and residents alike. Through this role, we believe the return on investment to our city and community is very well defined. I think it goes without being said that there's a true return on investment for our city. Next slide, please. We were excited to have a website redesign and launch back in July of 2020. This remains the important portal for information with lots of users. It looks like the video's up right now and playing. This was actually a video that we did in partnership with our, there's Councilmember Garcia, and we end with our mayor. You can go ahead and go, there's Norma, you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And one more past that. Next slide shows our 2021 plans for revitalization of our actual visitor center space. So you can see some of the renderings there in the pictures. We're pursuing a redesign of the center, the interior look and feel. Specifically, we know that we are having a blast with the promotion of the Travel Paso postcards. You can actually stop into the visitor center, fill them out for your friends and family that live afar, and we'll be happy to mail those for you. A super cute little mail box inside the visitor center, and we're getting those out the door. Those have been really fun. We are continuing with brand awareness through logo representation and the sale of merchandise that reinforces that Paso brand that we've strived to bring in. And so through our partnerships with PRWCA and Travel Paso, if somebody's being marketed to from out of the area, that lives out of the area by either Travel Paso or the Wine Country Alliance, they get to come into the visitor center and see consistent messaging throughout. I think it really gives us that elevated experience that we know that our visitors are looking for, that they see in other areas. So Stacy and Joel and I have worked really hard to make sure that we're maintaining the same look and feel. And again, part of that will be through our revitalization that we're hoping to push forward here pretty quickly. We also have, of course, tons of maps and visitor guides, including our own. We will soon launch the distribution of our Discover Paso Visitors Guide. Again, that has shared messaging in it. And last slide, please, or next slide, please, almost the last. I just wanted to share a couple comments that we have received over the last few months by both our community as well as our visitors. These are quotes that show that our visitor center should be your first stop when you come into Paso Robles Wine Country. And then you can see that a local said that they've utilized the Chamber Visitor Center many times in the last 10 years, always leave feeling so proud of our little town, which I just absolutely love. Next slide, please. In closing, I think it's important for our community, our residents, and our council to understand that we do have 4 community partner organizations all working together with common goals, but one really can't exist without the other, as we each fulfill our respective roles and work hard to make our community proud to be Paso strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. And once again, another fine presentation, a lot of information there that I'm sure that many people in the community probably weren't aware of. Again, I especially want to thank the Chamber for the effort they've made over the last year in addressing the challenges to our business community posed by the COVID-19 virus. They've been great at education. They've been great at counseling and visitation, and with special programs to sort of help businesses through that period of time. So great job, and really do appreciate that. Once again, this is not an action item, it's presentation only, but we do have time for questions, and we'll start with Councilman Strong.
Well, Mr. Mayor, along with questions, we sometimes make comments, such as in the past 2 meetings, general meetings for the public, we have had presentations from tremendous partners we have in this organization, in this whole city, in our entire community. These 2 organizations tonight that represent our general business community and are so helpful to our visitors were outstanding presentations, along with the specialized ones we had last time for our tourism industry and for our wine industry. These are wonderful presentations and really show us what a great community we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give a big shout out to the Chamber. I know they've worked really hard along with the other organizations, but you're right, Mayor. This is a lot of information that I am sure a lot of the community does not realize how hard they are working, and not just to keep the vitality, the economic vitality, but also our visitors that are coming in. So thank you so much for this presentation, Gina.
And Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I'd like to also thank Gina and everybody on the Chamber board and all your volunteers and members that work with you. It's really nice to see everything that you're promoting with us, with our town, and being such a great community member and helping us get through this very difficult year we've had, and supporting our businesses in every different facet that you've done over the past year. Thank you for all the good information, and it's really nice to reveal this to the public, and we really appreciate your contribution to what you do for our community. Thank you.
And Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I got to get your autograph along with all these other movie stars now. Gina, well done on that video. I think, again, it's a way of getting a little more personal with what really they can see here in Paso Robles, and getting that out over the internet and, you know, electronically. It's going to be much faster and easier. And it looked like, again, a very professional video. Again, you're a great partner along with Main Street, of course. You are the engine, I believe, and that makes the downtown and the city run, with all the partnerships that we have with all the different businesses. And again, it's without you folks, we couldn't do what we're doing. And if, again, you do well, the city's going to do well. So move ahead. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, Gina, and all your people for your efforts over the last year and really for many years prior to that. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Our next item is item number 5 under presentations, introduction of Senate Bill 1383, solid waste regulations. Mr. Thompson?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Matt Thompson in your Public Works Department. I'm pleased to introduce to you this evening Brooks Stayer. Brooks is the Executive Director of the San Luis Obispo County Integrated Waste Management Authority, what we commonly call the IWMA. The IWMA will be helping and guiding the city to comply with new state law and regulations related to solid waste we refer to as Senate Bill 1383. Brooks will give a full presentation for you. I'd like to mention that after his presentation, we also have participating this evening Ian Hoover from Paso Waste and Jim Weiss of Pacific Waste Services, our landfill operator. They will be available to answer any questions that you may have about how Senate Bill 1383 may affect their respective operations. So at this point, I'd like to hand it off to Brooks for his presentation.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, City Council. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This presentation was put together and I've given it to a lot of jurisdictions, so forgive me if I don't single out Paso Robles, because we've got to introduce this to all 8 jurisdictions that we represent. So I'm just it's more generic in that sense. But I hope to give you a summary of what 1383 entails. And remember, this is several hundred pages of information that I'm condensing down into 6 or 7 slides. So there's a lot more detail here we're not going to go into tonight. I just want to kind of give you the big overview, let you know where SB 1380, let you know where IWMA is on implementation, and hopefully you'll see that we're a partner with you in helping you implement this. So anyway, take notes as we go, because you might have quite a few questions. But 1383 was a short-lived climate bill, and it didn't single out landfills, but the different state agencies that were asked to reduce emissions interpreted it differently. And Cal Recycle decided that methane comes from landfills or food decomposing in landfills. So they targeted food scraps and organics. They wanted that to be composted and not go to landfills. So this is the result of that. And so it was actually approved in 2016, but it took them almost 4 years to actually release the language. So we just got it 3.5 months ago. And so we have a compliance deadline for the first phase is next January. So we had 13 months to implement probably the biggest thing the state's ever done, definitely in solid waste in the last 30 years. So phase 1 is due in 9 months from now. We have to divert 50% of the food and organics from the landfill. And then phase 2 is 3 years later, we have to hit 75%. So it's huge. And you can basically summarize how we can be in compliance into 7 different elements. And the first one is the organics collection service. So this is primary already done, and the haulers are, I would say in general, ahead of the game for the most of this, because most jurisdictions may not have an advanced composting facility or an HCI, anaerobic digester, to process the organics properly, or what's the state considers proper. But we have that here, and the single family residences throughout the county pretty much have the 3-can service, which is what this is going to require. But we have to add single-family households to this, and there's at least 9,000 condos and apartment complexes out there that probably haven't had the 3 cans at their facility, at their parking lot where they have their dumpster. So that's got to be added, and then all businesses have to have it as well. But as I said, the haulers are going to provide this huge lift. This is the biggest piece of this, is actually making sure your garbage goes in your garbage bin, but your food now goes into your green bin, and your recyclables have to go in your blue bin, and everybody's got to be provided that service. So we're, like I said, we're pretty much on track with that one. However, your franchise agreement, and there's over 20 of these throughout the county that everybody has to, several jurisdictions have more than one. So we have to align your franchises with 1383. We'd also preferably have them be uniform or similar to each other. And we'd also like to introduce modern best practices into your franchise. So we issued a term sheet a few weeks back. We discussed that with your public works staff, with the haulers, with your legal team, and then we're going to come back and try to have a big meeting with everybody and try to negotiate this mostly as a group. And but ultimately, you as the city have to approve that, the final draft of that. But it will come back to you. We're just at the beginning stages of this. The other compliance issue is inspections and enforcement. So you as the city and its jurisdiction are on, you are tagged by the regulation with having the civil penalties or having the ability to enforce it. Of course, we'd prefer not to do that. So what we're hoping to do is get all the data from the haulers on a monthly basis, maybe a little less frequently, somewhere in there. And then we will perform the inspections, monitoring, and education and submit the reports on your behalf. And ideally, when we find somebody out of compliance, we will educate them back into compliance, and there won't be any enforcement, but we have to have the capability. We have to adopt 7 new ordinances. Every jurisdiction does, but we hope to some extent, consolidate those and draft one that the IWMA can adopt for everyone else. We haven't gotten into the meat of that, but either we will help you draft them or we can draft them for you, but they are mandated. And there's going to be changes to the JPA. One of them is going to be a quick amendment that you'll get in the next month or so, just giving the JPA the authority to enforce SB 1383 or implement it on your behalf, because the state says our current language is not sufficient. And then later in the year, as we make changes and implement all of this, we will probably have a revised JPA at the very end, November, December timeframe for everybody to review and approve. We also have to do edible food recovery. And so there's approximately 300 groceries and larger restaurants, potentially hospitals or primary care facilities that are serving food that have some leftovers. And we have to make sure that they have a way of keeping that food fresh, not letting it spoil, and then having somebody haul it to a food bank where it can go back to edible consumption. And IWMA is going to try to coordinate that for everybody. You should have very little to do with that, hopefully. And then procurement, you have to have a procurement ordinance that says that you're going to buy back the material that comes from your green waste and food scraps that become another product. I think the state learned from its lessons in the past that they want to have a circular economy, so they're mandating that you buy back your own material. So, for example, your food waste and organics become compost, and you have to buy back a percentage of that compost and use it. So we're proposing that maybe we could have the haulers provide an event in your town and give it out back to your own residents. But that's just one option. There's several ways we can do this. You also would have to procure recycled content in all of your organic products. So your office paper, for example, your copy paper has to be 30% recycled content, and you have to document this, and we have to report it to the state. Public education and outreach is another mandate. IWMA is going to probably do all this for you again. We'll work with the haulers and get the address lists of all the properties they service, and then provide the outreach at least directly through mailings, but then we plan to do much more than that because we think a lot of people are not going to read their mail and we'll have to really hit this one hard. And then the record keeping and reporting is basically unprecedented, the amount of volume of data that's got to be reported every quarter. And so we're going to have to work with the haulers again to get their data. And then we've already purchased a database that aligns with all the needs of 1383 or the requirements. And so once we get the haulers to submit all the data, and I know Paso Robles Waste has already submitted, I think, all of it, but I know on the residential side, I believe they have. But we're working with them to get everything and get it on a regular basis and get it in compliance. So we do have an implementation schedule. We've mapped everything out for the full year in Gantt charts. So that's the close-up of it. And you can see the first one there, and I mentioned this heavily tonight, is the franchise agreements. We've got over 20 of those to negotiate. And so we're currently in that negotiating phase of we've issued the term sheet, and we'll be meeting with the haulers, your attorneys, and public works staff to come to consensus, hopefully a consensus, and then move forward with your individual approvals. Like I said, we've been meeting with your staff. It's going back almost a year now with your public works staff. We started introducing these concepts and working through it. But we've also had meetings with your legal team, and we will be meeting with procurement, your building and water departments because of ordinances. So, and like I said, this is a far-reaching bill. So it not only covers banning food waste from landfills, you have to have 65% C&D recycling rate, and you have to have water, model water efficiency landscaping ordinances. So like I said, it's a pretty far-reaching bill. We have hired a professional consultant to help us with this HF&H. We signed a $330,000 contract with them, or the board approved that. But the bulk of that money, $250,000, is really to help you get your franchises done, your muni codes aligned, and your ordinances done. And then $80,000 is to keep us on track with these negotiations and this Gantt chart that you see. We're going to have to add 3 new staff and have several interns, hopefully from the local colleges. And the 3 FTEs will be permanent, and that's really just to complete the reporting. And then we will have to increase funding. And I don't want to get into too much detail here, but right now we charge a 2% free fee on gross receipts. It's our main funding mechanism, and $3 a ton at the landfill. And what we're proposing is to go to 3 or 4% on that hauling cost. And then we do have to hit a 75% diversion rate in 3 years. And so we have to do capacity planning, and we can work through your haulers or help you work through your haulers to have them find more capacity, or we could issue an RFP on behalf of everyone and go to get competitive bids for it. We don't know that. This is something that we'll have to work on and bring back to you for your opinion. So I think that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I think I covered everything, but I'll be glad to field any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, any concluding remarks?
No, sir.
Thank you very much for that report. This, again, is a presentation item. No action is required by the council. However, we will go to the council for questions and comments. Councilman Strong.
Yes, and that is an awful lot to digest, as our landfill is going to have to digest, and our hauling company. We just went through an increase in our sewer rate, and I'm thinking that a lot of people are going to start using their sewers rather than some of these cycling things in order to get rid of some of this stuff. I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about all the costs that we are going to have to absorb, and I'm wondering if the state is providing any funding to help us with that. So I'm wondering if we really need to invite our assemblyman to come and participate in one of our meetings to go over some of these things as to what more involvement we might need from the state, since this is their program for one of their goals and their requirements. Is anybody else moving in that direction? I know I sit on a state policy committee for revenue and taxation at the state level. I'm going to take it there for sure. And I'm very concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Garcia.
No, sir, I don't have any questions. We have been hearing about this for a couple years, so we knew it was coming. But thank you for all the information.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
I don't really have any comment at this time. I'd like to see how it's going to affect us and how we deal with it, and hear from our local callers. So thank you.
Thank you, and Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Brooks, thanks for coming tonight. As a liaison to the board on IWMA, I really wanted to have you come and get basically a starting presentation. This won't be the last, but again, our Roblins need to understand where this is coming from on a state level and where we're going to have to go to comply. So again, it's a lot to start thinking about. And again, I appreciate you taking the time tonight. It's just going to be the first scratch. But again, I think it's an eye opener and really what, living in the state of California means to many and how much it's going to cost really in the future to just get rid of your waste. So thank you, Brooks.
Oh, you're welcome. And I'll come back anytime you'd like.
Very good. Matt and Brooke, thank you very much for being here and for giving us that information. Can't say we're looking forward to wrestling with this, but at least we're prepared now. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This is Jim Wise. Could I interject about the landfill?
Mr. Wise, I'm sorry. Please.
No,
go ahead.
that's okay. Brooks gave a nice presentation. However, I didn't hear the word landfill mentioned other than reducing organic waste is the goal of the requirements. And I wanted to give you an idea of our background, what we've been doing leading up to this point. The regulation originally came out in 2016. We've been watching the regulatory process for better 2 years and have been involved with Public Works Director in providing comments, our opinion on different aspects, and also moving forward on various work efforts at the landfill to increase organic recycling, even starting back as early as 2014. We do recycle all the dimensional lumber, which is an organic material. We do recycle green material and send it to North County's compost facility. So we've already started the process. We know we need to do more. We have put together a package for Public Works that identifies how we at the landfill will increase our efforts to achieve as much recycling as we possibly can and get to that 50% and then the 75% recycling number. So I wanted to make sure you're aware that we are cognizant of this regulation. We are moving forward to do what we can, and with the assistance with Matt and Public Works Director, we will achieve those goals at hopefully as cost-effective a process as possible. We have several things that we are working on with regards to this, and that's including equipment, looking for equipment acquisitions, manpower increases, et cetera, et cetera. And I think, the other component of our recycling effort is biosolids, which come from the wastewater treatment plant, are considered organic. So we have strived not to dispose of biosolids in the landfill and have achieved that. And we have plans to continue improving and reusing the biosolids for various mechanisms on the landfill and off the landfill wherever we possibly can to assist in achieving the desired recycling. So, and furthermore, also Brooks mentioned about C&D recycling. We already report to the agency of the incoming C&D waste materials, and we're over 50% recycling. So we've increased our recycling at the landfill from around 12% overall in 2014 up to we're about 25% at this point in time. So we're cognizant of this, and in partnership with your local waste hauler, Paso Robles Waste, we feel we can achieve this goal in as cost-effective a manner as we possibly can for the benefit of the residences. So I wanted to give you an overview of that we are looking out for the best interest of the city. The other component I wanted to mention is we know organic wastes are going to move away from the landfill, which does impact incoming waste stream and revenue associated with the landfill. And working with Dick McKinley before he departed, we worked to set up a new rate for a special transfer waste material, which goes through a recycling facility, which already has pulled out organics and those type of things, to set up a rate so we can attract those type of customers, essentially gaining the city a new waste stream, a new revenue stream that won't be impacted by the this SB 1383. So I wanted to give you an overview, and certainly welcome to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that, and I apologize for leaving you out earlier. Any questions from council, Mr. Strong?
Yes, I love that little thing about increased revenue. And what percentage of that revenue comes to the city, and will it help us offset some of our other costs internally?
Our baseline costs haven't changed yet. We will have some. We have proposed some adjustments that need to be made, but right now all the extra revenue gained from the transfer is going directly in the city's pockets.
That answers the question.
Are you done, Fred?
To see what the amount is later.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Brooks for getting ahead of this, and I really appreciate that, and thank you for the information that is going to be very helpful for our residents and our city.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
No questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Hammond?
Just a shout out to Jim Weiss out there at the landfill, doing a great job keeping costs in check. I'm not sure, we had Isaiah from Paso Waste also. I'm not sure if you wanted to say something too, Mr. Mayor.
Isaiah, are you with us? Would you like to add something to the conversation?
Sure. This is actually Ian Hoover, General Manager of Paso Waste. Good evening. Obviously, a landfill operation is different than a processing facility or a hauling operation. We are the hauler, so we're transporting that material. But we're feeling pretty good about where we sit in regard to these regulations. We've had commercial organics collection for a very long time now. We are doing yard waste and green waste. We've been doing that for decades. We've had food waste collection, which is, I think, the main thrust of this this bill since 2012, and we've been doing residential collection since early 2018. So we've already got the programs in place. Now it's really a matter of encouraging participation and educating residents on putting the organic material in the green bin now instead of the gray or black bin. So we're off to a good start because we already have the programs. We are going to be, the main change for us is going to be a mandatory automatic enrollment for commercial customers in organics collection, as opposed to just having the service available. A lot of businesses opt out, and now that will be required. So that's the main change for us. We're happy with where we stand on it, and we'll get the city in compliance very quickly. The other thing that we've done, Brooks mentioned the procurement aspect of the bill. One of the procurement requirements is to purchase renewable natural gas. Methane, which is the emission, the gas that's being emitted that they're trying to cut down on, is the main constituent of natural gas, the fuel. And we already have a CNG fleet. We've already been running on natural gas. And through this bill, we'll be earning procurement credits for the city. So we're a big step ahead in that regard as well. And we are already, our food waste, the food waste component, especially the commercial sector, we've carved out a little bit of capacity at HCI. So we do have most of our commercial food waste going to the digester down in Slow already, which could potentially earn the city some credits on the procurement side as well as they're making electricity. So we're off to a good start.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anyone else that needs to chime in? Very good. We had no one in queue for public comment or question on that presentation item, so we're going to move forward with our agenda. We come now to general public comments. This is a time set aside for people to make brief comments or ask questions about issues that do not appear on tonight's agenda. We ask that when you speak, you give your name so people know who you are speaking, and also we will give you 3 minutes for your input. If at the end of 3 minutes you haven't quite finished, you will hear a gentle tone and a reminder from me that it's time to wrap up. So we will start off now with people who are waiting for general public comments, with Yesenia Echevarria, followed by Lauren Hanley, and then John Borst. Yesenia, are you with us?
I am with you. Good evening, everyone. City Council, thank you so much. It was quite interesting to hear the presentations. And now on to something that is probably not going to be popular, something that is not attractive, is a reality that I want to touch on, which is COVID, how it's impacted the Hispanic community. And I want to clarify, this is not a personal attack on anyone. This is an opportunity to be honest with ourselves and have some conversation that I want to have, and also to hold accountability. All of you are elected officials, and I have to be honest with what's been going on, because that perspective has not been shined. So starting with that, Latinos have been hit the hardest on a national level when it comes to COVID, and we have seen that on a local level here in Paso Robles. Paso Robles has been the highest number of COVID cases in our county. This is due to the fact that we have crowded living conditions, low wage work, and the fact that Latinos are essential workers. Now, on a city level, the city has failed the Hispanic community more than ever. The City Council is out of touch with the Hispanic community. And I don't know if that's because of lack of leadership, or simply not caring, or just not being honest with ourselves. Now, I didn't plan to talk about this, but I want to take up the opportunity to have a teachable moment. And I'm not quite sure what City Council member it was, but I will quote in response to equity, health equity. The City Council member said, quote, "Interesting how they use those words," unquote. And in regards to health equity and the person that did the presentation, I don't want to, but this is the thing. When we're talking about terms, we have to make sure we're being accurate as much as possible. So I want to share the definition of health equity. That means that everyone has a fair and just opportunity to be healthy. This requires removing obstacles to health, such as poverty, discrimination, and their consequences, including powerless and the lack of access to good jobs with fair pay, quality education and housing, safe environments, and healthcare. Now, my role as founder of Mujeres de Acción, I have been a team player to the city. I have joined into the COVID task force, which has failed miserably, and I am quote unquote considered a partner in your multilingual outreach and also COVID partnership to reach out the city of Paso Robles. I am fully aware that the county has the strongest level of leadership, but what I have seen is that many other cities have taken on the leadership themselves. Where is the leadership here in Paso Robles in regards to the Hispanic community? I have voiced with many of times calling in or sending emails, voicing my concerns, putting in input. There's a wonderful, beautiful banner put outside of the library that is talking about COVID. Where is the translation of that? Where is the signage, new signage? You guys did get new signage. And it's really unfortunate, right, that I can't even touch on all of these things. As a partner, I do not feel heard. I don't feel respected. I've done a lot of work for free. There was enough CARES money to be out there. I also, if it is public, I would like to know where CARES money is being put in the forefront of the Hispanic community. You guys need to do better. Maria Garcia, please do better. John Hammond, please do better. Steve Martin, please do better. Fred Strong, please do better. And Steve Gregory, please do better.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes. We appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Lauren Hanley, followed by John Borst and Dale Guston. Lauren, are you with us?
I am with you. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Lauren. I'm a long resident of this area, actually fourth generation, and I just wanted to say how proud I am to be part of this community with all the presentations. Wonderful to hear earlier. Today, I come with you from there. So again, from Care, and every year during the month, we celebrate National Women's History Month to honor the contributions that have made throughout time and the strides that have been made for equality. Unfortunately, the crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic have undone to the progress of the years, now being called recession. For the first time since the 1970s, there's been a decline in women's presence in the labor force. Even a 5% drop threatens to undo 25 years of progress. This recession is due to income inequality that persists today between men and women and the strains the pandemic has placed on our families. Men are still more typically the breadwinners when a choice needs to be made of who will sacrifice their career or stay home with children due to lack of care or work from home. Mothers are more likely to step out of their jobs to support the family's current needs. Attempting to work from home while trying to care for young children or older children who are distance learning is nearly impossible. The resulting career loss can be devastating. Even before 2020, the child care crisis was already impacting working mothers due to limited access to quality and affordable care, but COVID has now forced at least 2,500 life centers to shut their doors in California alone, creating an even more dire situation. Having access to care has put a mental and emotional strain on these mothers who must now try to care for their children and continue to support their family and household. Well, it seems that women leaving the workforce droves would only those who are part of the fallout. Ripple effects will be key in our economy and will have negative sources. This we need to support childcare in our community. Why we need to vet the contributions to the workforce. We are there after the Business Council makes its decisions for the city of Robles, the child care and gender in mind. In doing so, you believe in the succession and support the hardworking women in our community. For ways to get if we are there, please contact First Family Flow or go to www.first5flow.org. Thank you for your time, and with more news this month for Month of the Child and information about hashtag kids are essential to the campaign for that.
Thank you very much for calling. Next, we have John Borst, followed by Dale Guston and Sally Reynolds. John, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Okay, I'll begin. My name is John Borst. I'm at 209 Navajo Avenue, Paso Robles, California. Good evening, council members. Thank you for your hard work. I've prepared a public announcement regarding the sewer rate increase and encourage them, tenants and property owners, to send in a written protest. The announcement that I have goes as follows. It's time to tell our city council members no more rate hikes. Sewer rate increase in Paso Robles, 24% this year, followed by 8% increases over the next 4. And that amounts to a 226% hike in the cost for someone billed 300 cubic feet monthly, and a 579% hike billed at 1. You got to be kidding. Here in Paso Robles, yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's true, but only if we allow it to happen. Otherwise, this community becomes a city of lost wages, forever flushing our hard-earned money down the toilet for unconscionable levels of tourism, reckless growth, and mismanagement of public funds. We expect much better from our elected officials, a better vision for both citizens and the future of Paso Robles. It's time to tell city officials no more rate hikes. Visit my website at nomoreratehikes.info. Learn why I'm asking you and the members in this community to oppose the sewer rate hikes at nomoreratehikes.info. I've posted a protest form on the website to download and print should you not have one. Please fill in the blanks and return it to the Paso Robles City Clerk today or tomorrow or as soon as possible. Again, my website address is nomoreratehikes.info. Now's the time to take action to oppose this ridiculous and decidedly unlawful sewer rate increase. Time to stand up to sewer rate tyranny. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Our next speaker is Dale Guston, followed by Sally Reynolds, then Sonny Mullinex. Dale, are you with us?
There, I'm now with you, Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. And proud to say I've been a citizen of Paso Robles since 1979. And in 1983, I was on the board of directors when we decided to start the first wine. And that wine festival was to attract tourism to Paso Robles. Well, I think we achieved that, but Paso Robles is more than just a wine destination and a wine-related industry. And right now, as the presentations, which are excellently presented by Derek and Gina show, we are a city that is to be recognized statewide for what we do in this city. We do a lot of things that attract not only tourism, but make this city proud to be a city where people are happy. The Main Street, the Chamber of Commerce, the Wine Fest, Fine Alliance, and the Travel Paso all work together to make it better, as does our city. All our city employees, as well as the huge number of volunteers that we have in this city, make this city Paso strong. When I went into the chamber to let them know I'd become a lifetime board member of Main Street, they gave me a mask. And what did it say on it? Paso strong. And we are Paso strong, and we will come out of this even stronger than we were before. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next, we have Sally Reynolds, followed by Sonny Mullinex and Gina Fitzpatrick. Sally, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Sally Reynolds, 193 Via Magnolia, Paso Robles. The first thing I want to do is I want to say thank you to Ditas and Norma and Gina for those outstanding presentations. I learned a lot, and they were very professional. But my reason for coming on public comments is I would like to address our mayor, Steve Martin, and our council members. And I got to tell you, you can't hide from us forever. It's been over a year. It's time, because restrictions have eased up, it's time to have a town hall meeting outside. We could do it in the park. We need to see the people we elected. It's been way too long, and the 3 minutes is not working. We have things to discuss. We need to talk to you, and I'm hoping that you, our mayor and our council members, can arrange a town hall meeting, socially distanced, in the park or somewhere else, that we can see the people we hired. It's been way too long. And that is all I wanted to say.
Very good. Thank you for calling.
Following up. Okay, bye.
Good night. Next, we have Sally Mullinex, followed by Gina Fitzpatrick. Sonny, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Martin and council members Garcia, Strong, Hammond, and Gregory. My name is Sonny Mullinex, and I live in Paso. Tonight, I'd like to talk about the first Cannabis Task Force and the priorities that were set. The Medical to Cannabis Task Force was created in September 2016, spearheaded by, I think now, Police Chief Ty Lewis. It was a very, very thorough. In May 2017, the City Council accepted the report titled Medical Cannabis Vision for 2027. The report outlines 7 priorities. 1, protect community youth. 2, taxation should support public education, public safety, and quality of life. 3, cannabis industry wants fair regulations consistent to the voters' will. 4, poor or no policy could have adverse effects and possibly contribute to black market and restrict tax revenue. 5, cultivation, delivery, and manufacturing require significant considerations for policy. 6, local policy should favor locally owned and operated businesses. And 7, local cannabis professionals as well as drug awareness professionals, public safety, and educators should guide policy. It has been 4 years since that task force report. Council requested another committee, and it has been almost 5 months since that request. The original task force took 6 months plus 3 months to be reported and accepted by council. First, the community has prioritized economic development, and the council has accepted it. Cannabis is economic development and a good fit for economic development. 2, the Community Cannabis Task Force has stated delays contribute to the black market and loss of tax revenue, and the council accepted it. Council has now identified a tax structure of 6% for retailers. And then third, the voters voted for legal cannabis by 51.43% in November 2016. I'm asking the council to expedite cannabis retail for the city of Paso for the as part of economic development, to hire a third party to develop an ordinance for cannabis retail in Paso Robles, and prioritize with city staff moving it forward to avoid any more delays. My retail store alone in Grover Beach is projected to contribute over $500,000 to the city of Grover Beach this fiscal year. Our community is missing out on millions of dollars annually. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Council.
Thank you for calling. Next up, Gina Fitzpatrick. Gina, didn't we hear from you earlier?
Just keep coming back. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Welcome back.
Thank you. I am actually now speaking on behalf of the Cannabis Task Force. So at the October 20th, 2020 council meeting, as you all know, an ordinance was introduced to set the cannabis tax rates for potential retail cannabis businesses. And at that same meeting, you provided direction to city staff to initiate a review of the city's existing cannabis regulations and explore options for allowing new or additional types of cannabis businesses in Paso Robles. You appointed council members Hammond and Garcia as part of the formation of a community task force to engage with this review, and identified other community interests to be part of the task force, which included us, the Chamber of Commerce. During the November 3rd meeting, the ordinance setting cannabis business tax rates was approved, and council gave the direction to delay implementing the tax 90 days from the date of adoption to provide adequate time to ensure that all businesses were delivering cannabis in the city could be taxed. So during that same meeting, city staff noted they were working on the formation of the ad hoc committee with council members Hammond and Garcia, and would return to the council at a future date for more detailed community discussion and direction. So here we are today, March 16th, and to date there has not been any effort by the city to convene a community task force as outlined at your October 20th meeting to consider regulations for potential cannabis businesses. As the organization representing the interests of our business community, we believe it is not responsible for the city to not actively engage in establishing clearly defined criteria, guidelines, and regulations for potential cannabis businesses to follow. Without such regulations and policies in place, it is difficult to manage the potential permitting and oversight of the cannabis retail industry in Paso Robles. So there was also a timing issue related to statewide CEQA exemption for cannabis business permits. It expires June 30th, 2021. And we definitely recognize that it's difficult for the city to now meet this deadline for passing ordinances that establish cannabis permitting processes. However, we do believe there is still a need to convene a community-based task force to research and define cannabis business regulations. We're actually tonight offering our capacity to serve as convener for this task force and invite the city to engage with our efforts to address the issue of regulating cannabis businesses in Paso Robles. While the issue of cannabis businesses may appear to be a cultural one, we would offer that this is a business issue and an opportunity the city should consider engaging with. With the county going through its process to consider where to permit cannabis cultivating and retail outlets, it's really important for our city regulations to be clearly defined and in place to avoid any confusion and missed opportunities. And on the note of avoiding confusion, I do want to be clear that the Chamber is advocating and offering to engage in a process in response to these comments, in response to comments that we've received.
Very good. Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate them. That's the last speaker I have on my list for general public comment. We're going to close general public comment. Not a lot of questions there, a lot of statements. I would like to ask perhaps Mr. Frucci if you could give us an update on the council's direction regarding the cannabis community board and the subcommittee we set up. And there may be other comments during council comments later.
Absolutely, Your Honor. And Ms. Fitzpatrick's summary was accurate, just incomplete. Subsequent to the action she detailed, the direction to city staff was to wait until the new city manager is on board.
Very good, and we'll be addressing that later in this meeting also. So before we move on, and we'll ask Mr. City Manager, do we have any agenda items tonight to be deferred?
No, sir, you do not.
In that case, we move now to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, the item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from the consent are generally heard at the end of the meeting. So we will start with our city council. I'll ask council members if there are any items that they would like to have removed or questions that they would like to ask before we move on. Councilman Strong.
No questions.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, no questions.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
No questions for me. Thank you.
And Councilman Hammond.
None, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I am trying to get my screen to scroll here. I do not show anyone lined up for public comment on the consent calendar. I'm going to open and close public comment, bring it back to the council, and entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, Hammond would like to approve items 6 through 13 on consent calendar.
Second, Councilman Gregory.
I have a motion from Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory, to approve the consent calendar as presented. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. And now for those who have just tuned in and not taken the opportunity to read the agenda tonight, I'd like to ask the city manager to please give a short briefing on the consent calendar items so the public knows what actions we've taken.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight on its consent calendar, the council approved council meeting minutes from February 26th and March 2nd. In addition, the council received the warrant register. The total of the warrant register for the past 4 weeks is $1.6 million, of which $525,000 is for the water fund, $148,000 is for the wastewater fund, and the rest from the other funds. In addition, the council approved contracts with 2 companies to upgrade and modernize discharge piping for 5 of our sewer lift stations, and that's 5 of the 14 lift stations the city operates. The existing piping is old. It has been corroded by sewer gas and other corrosives, and it will be replaced by corrosion-resistant stainless steel piping. For that, requires special skills of both the contractor and inspectors to inspect and test the welds and other modifications to that stainless steel piping. The council also approved a construction contract for the annual sidewalk repairs. There were 5 bids. All 5, well, actually, the selected bid was below the engineer's estimate of $40,000, so that's good news. And the purpose of this annual program is to prevent trip and falls and the resulting claims from selected locations of which we have become aware of uneven sidewalks or other problems. The council also approved ADA improvements for curb ramps in the Sierra Bonita neighborhood, and this is an ongoing effort using CDBG funds. You approved the first phase of the project using 2017 CDBG funds, and now this phase will use 2019 CDBG funds. This is all part of our ADA transition plan, for which in each year we make progress on addressing any capital areas around the city that are not in full compliance. with the Federal Disabilities Act requirements. And then finally, the council approved a 12-month process by engaging consultants to assist the city in the entitlement efforts for the boys' school development project. And this will be a very intensive effort that's already underway. Some of the traffic analysis is already underway to complete the engagement entitlement effort and ensure that the property can be developed as desired by the city. The contracts are with SWCA for the overall preparation of the environmental impact report, and there's a basic fee as well as several options based on what we find when we do the initial analysis on the site. There is also the additional work for the traffic impact study by Joe Fernandez of Central Coast Transportation Consultants. And finally, there is a contract with Todd Groundwater for a water supply assessment. And those three contracts are in addition to the existing contracts the council has approved to facilitate this effort. And that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, is the sum total of the items that were approved tonight on your consent calendar.
Very good. Thank you for that. We move on now. We have no public hearings scheduled, so we move to discussions. And with the council's permission, I'd like to do a little agenda juggling here. Item number 17 is the issue regarding our interim city manager appointment. We have the gentleman on the phone line, and I'd like to have him have the opportunity to talk to the community and talk to the council tonight. So if there are no objections, I would like to move item number 17 up ahead of item number 14.
No objection.
No objection.
Good to go.
Very good. Thank you very much. We then move to item number 17 on our agenda tonight, interim city manager appointment. For introduction purposes, I will go to our assistant city manager, Sarah Johnson Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a presentation for this, so Warren, if you wouldn't mind putting the item slide up with the recommendation, that would be great. And I'll just give a quick verbal overview for those who are listening of the process to date and what's brought us here, and then we'll turn it over to introduce Mr. Carpenter. So as a reminder, City Manager Tom Fucci announced his departure in November of last year with a planned departure date in February. And at the request of council, Mr. Fucci agreed to remain as city manager while the recruitment for a new city manager was conducted. So the council retained Bill Avery and Associates to conduct a full recruitment for city manager. The position was posted in December, closed in January, and interviews were conducted in February, including 14 community panelists. And council at this point has decided to extend the recruitment in order to ensure adequate time and consideration is given to finding the optimal candidate and the best fit for the city of Paso Robles. So because the recruitment process is taking longer than anticipated, the city council has decided to appoint a limited term interim city manager effective April 19th, pending approval tonight. And Mr. Carpenter would be in that role while the recruitment for the permanent city manager continues. Mr. Carpenter's resume is attached to the agenda packet, and I'd like to hand it back to you, Mr. Mayor, to introduce him as council's selection for this interim appointment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Greg Carpenter is on the line with us tonight. Mr. Carpenter, can you hear me?
I certainly can, Mayor.
Thank you for being with us. This is sort of your introduction to the community, and not to be too technical, but we haven't passed the recommendation yet, so I guess it's kind of an extension of your interview.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you so much for your willingness to step into the situation and help us get from point A to point B in our city management recruitment process. We've had the opportunity to speak with you, and we've all been favorably impressed. I'd like to give you the opportunity now to kind of introduce yourself to the community of Paso Robles. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience, and who knows, council members may want to chime in. So I turn it over to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just want to say hello to the rest of the council, city staff, any members of the community that are listening in. And I want to start by congratulating Mr. Frucci on his hard work and his upcoming retirement. Congratulations. I retired as a city manager about a year and a half ago. As far as my background, I have 32 years of experience in city government, the majority of which was with the city of Long Beach in Southern California, about 20 years, and then 12 years at the city of El Segundo, which is a small commercial, industrial, residential city in LA County, just south of the Los Angeles International Airport. I'm really looking forward to this opportunity. I have a family. We're lucky enough to have a vacation home outside of Paso Robles. We've been owners of that property for about 13 years, so I'm familiar with Paso Robles, but I really am looking forward to getting to know it much better. Really looking forward to continuing the good work that you and your staff and your community partners are all engaged in while you continue the search and make the important decision of finding a permanent city manager for your city. So thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to seeing you all in a month.
Very good. Again, and thank you for being with us tonight. I'm going to go around the circle here and invite the council to make any comments they feel they would like to. Mr. Strong?
Well, I would like to really say we're looking forward to having Mr. Carpenter join us, in that he has had a lot of similar experiences with similar issues in the community he's coming from. So we look forward to his expertise and his information and advice on some of those topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia?
Yes, sir. I would like to also just say, looking forward to working with you, sir, and can't wait to sit down and have some conversations. Thank you.
And Mr. Gregory?
I'd like to welcome Greg, and looking forward to meeting with you and helping you get introduced to our community. Paso Robles is a wonderful place, and we're looking forward to your leadership to help us keep our city very fine. Thank you.
And Mr. Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, again, Mr. Carpenter, thank you for applying, and I'm glad we were able to work with you. I consider you basically a Roblin, as we do a lot of the county residents around us. And looking forward to your expertise. We have many things ahead of us, including the budget, which is critical to our city to basically lay out a path forward with different things that have to happen. So again, appreciate you coming on board. Looking forward to working with you.
And we go now to public comment. I have one person waiting to comment on this item, Dale Guston. Dale, are you with us?
Yes, I'm confused because we have 217. Are we going to cover the one on the agenda as well? The addendum, I mean?
I have 117. Hang on a second.
It's on the addendum.
What's the title on that one, Dale?
COVID-19 Economic Recovery Measures Downtown Parklet Program Update.
That'll be the item after the next one. So right now we're on interim city manager appointment.
I understand that. I'm just I asked to speak on 14 as well. So
I have your name under that one also. I have your name under that one also.
Thank you.
I know we'll hear from you again. Do you have a comment on the city manager appointment? I'm going to take that as a no. We have no one else lined up for public comment, so I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council, and do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, Hammond would approve.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we make the appointment of Mr. Carpenter as our interim city manager.
Second.
Mr. Strong, I just want to clarify, we have a resolution with this, so the motion would be what was the recommendation on the agenda to approve resolution 21.
Fine.
XXX.
I would then I'll move the approval of that resolution. Resolution 21-XX, appointing Greg Carpenter as interim city manager effective April 19th, 2021, and authorizing the mayor to execute the temporary employment agreement contingent upon the successful completion of a background investigation, including live scan, fingerprint analysis, and reference checks, which I believe already have been completed. Thank you.
Second again by Gregory.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Gregory. If there's no further discussion on the item, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Welcome, Mr. Carpenter. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Council.
We go now to item number 14, and I do apologize for the confusion. We've checked the addenda. There was a little renumbering problem there, but I assure you all the items originally scheduled for this evening are there, and we will get to all of them. Item number 14 is downtown parking program adjustments. Mr. Davis.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, this is Caleb Davis, Commander of the Police Department. Just want to make sure you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much for having me tonight. Tonight I wanted to speak on behalf of the Downtown Parking Commission and give you a parking program update and our recommendations going forward. The recommendations are coming from the Downtown Parking Commission that has convened 3 times so far. To give you a little background, because I haven't spoke in a little while to the council, the parking program that you guys have established here in the city of Paso Robles has done very well. With the help of Dixon Resources, we have been able to implement a parking program that has won several awards in the parking community, and we're pretty proud of what we've been able to accomplish through the direction from the council and from the guidance with the Dixon Resource Team. We've been able to win an award in excellence in technology and innovation for our use of the LPRs and the meters that we have, and as well as the best parking program awarded by the Southwest Parking and Transportation Association. So we're pretty proud of those things that we've been able to accomplish in the city of Paso, and we continue to be recognized nationally through some of those awards. To give you a little background on where we are, I know you've heard a few times, but I want to provide some of that background just for those that are listening. We began our parking management solution in August of 2019. At that time, the council decided that we would operate Monday through Friday from 9 to 6 p.m. with 2 hours free, followed by $1 per hour after that. In that 18 months, roughly, that we've been running from August of 2019 to February of 2021, we have issued 8,939 warnings to people in our downtown, and in that we've issued 912 citations. So as you can see, we've been a very we try to issue a lot of warnings to our public as opposed to citations, so make sure we continue to educate our public through the direction of our council has been. We've continued to base our program on data and data collection, as we've convened the entire time with council, is trying to build a program based on the data needs as opposed to just the feelings of members of the public or the police department, and really basing our decisions based on the data that we collect. In March of 2020, so obviously all of our worlds were turned a little upside down, and parking just like every other department in our city has had to adjust to our COVID response. In March of 2020, we were ready to come before council. In fact, I had drafted most of this presentation then, and we've had to change it from time to kind of include what we had to do to help our citizens in our downtown, and make sure the timing was right before we try to move on our parking program. From April to June in 2020, we didn't issue any warnings or any citations to our public. And it wasn't until July of 2020 that the city put into place the Get Outside in Paso and on-street dining became available, that we began to have more of a presence in the downtown, just trying to educate most of the public on where we are with our parking program. These are some unique stats, and there's a lot of numbers in this paper, but what I really want to highlight is what's going on with our parking program in our downtown. And what you really see, I like to highlight out of this slide here, is that in the 18 months that we've had this running, we've had 276,000 people have registered in our downtown area with either the Way to Park app or the downtown parking meters. 276,000 people in 18 months, of which 12 months was in the middle of a pandemic. Of those 275,000 people that have utilized their Way to Park app or our Pay to Park meters, only 25,000 people have actually paid any money towards the parking program because of our 2 hours free that we give. And so it is really what we've been recognized for in our parking is our customer service-based parking program approach that we do have, and that's at the direction of the council. But I think those are highlighting numbers that we have a very vibrant downtown, as we've heard tonight through several other presentations, and that really shows us that we have a lot of people coming through our area, even during a time when the world has changed significantly. The next slide is also interesting because it shows our warnings versus our citations. And this plays into exactly what I spoke to earlier, is that the parking program that we have established is customer service based. We issue warnings to people to make sure they understand how the system works prior to issuing them a citation, mainly every time. And so what that does is it allows our parking ambassador to be out there to educate people on how our parking program works, and the warning is a piece of paper that provides information of how to register the plate. So we give all of our citizens and our tourists another option to understand how the system works. Well, as I stated before, we like to do data collection to highlight our needs to change our parking program, and we do this routinely. So we've done data collection throughout this implementation of our parking program, specifically on 3 occasions. In March of 2020, in August of 2020, we did data collection, and we did it again recently in February of 2021. With that, during the data collection, we focus on 2 areas. If you see the map to the right, we're focusing on the greater downtown area, not all of which that is included in our downtown parking area, paid parking zone, but it helps us understand what our inventory of spaces are in that area. In that total area that you see there, that is again not all included in our downtown parking zone, there's 680 spots. 69 of those spaces have become unavailable due to the use of the parklets that are in our downtown area. And the next slide shows what we've obtained through the data looking at that. So what this is saying is that our on-street occupancy rates, and if we remember that our occupancy rates, we want them to be around the 75 percentile and no higher than that at the time. So what we're seeing here in the occupancy rate is that August of 2020, these are weekday numbers, so Fridays, and a Thursday. We're seeing that our occupancy rate during those times are ranging between the 70 to 80% percentile during the weekdays. If we go forward to the Saturday occupancy rates for that greater area, what we see is those numbers start to increase quite a bit. And the numbers in red on the bottom would show you that on Saturday in 2021, our occupancy rate was 95% at 12 and at 6 p.m. So that's above where we would like it to be. And so we want to try and control those numbers. Now, again, those are numbers for the greater downtown parking area, not necessarily the core that I would like to speak to next. In the core downtown area, which is the red area on your screen, there's 329 parking spaces available. This is where the majority of our downtown customers are coming to our beautiful downtown park, to the restaurants that are in that area. And in that area, we have 60 spaces that are unavailable due to the parklets and 329 spaces in total. The on-street core data parking occupancy rates show on the next slide that even on the weekdays in August, we were at 90% on a Friday, and on Thursday in February of this year, we're at 75% across the board. If I cruise forward to Saturdays, we'll start to see what we have going. And Saturday in August, we were at 88%, but at the very bottom numbers are the ones that, if you've been around our downtown lately on a Friday and Saturday night, you will see that there's little to no parking, which was what our assumption was in the police department. So we put the vehicle out there to do data collection, and we were able to confirm that sure enough, there are no parking spots available in that core area on Saturday pretty much all day and through the evening. So when we collect data at noon and at 6 p.m., that's showing us that there's no parking available for anybody to come to in that core area to come to a restaurant to get a dinner on a Saturday night, because those spots are being occupied all day long. And as you know, the parking program currently does not include Saturday. So of the 100% occupancy that are there on Saturday, we're not collecting any revenues or doing any enforcement on those days. I will say some people do use the meters on Saturdays, even though it says you don't have to. But if you're a local, you probably know that. Some of that is tourist-based. But for the most part, our Saturdays are something that we're completely missing on. We know that that's something we'd like to capitalize on, and especially that 6 p.m. time. What's happening with that 6 p.m. time is that we're seeing a lot of either customers or business employees park their vehicle at 4 o'clock, get their 2 hours free, and then they'll remain parked in that location through the remainder of the evening, not allowing any turnover in our parking spots. That's something that's of concern. So these are things that we have been discussing with the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission. The Advisory Commission met in September of 2020 and again in March of 2021. In September of 2020, we were ready to go bring before the council some recommendations. And of those recommendations from the Downtown Parking Commission were to extend the parking program from Monday through Sunday. We need to find a way to capture the cars that are parking on our weekends that are enjoying our downtown area, and we need to allow some more of that turnover rate that we have been so successful with during the weekday. Currently, we're not doing that. The next step from the Advisory Commission, the recommendation was to make the senior permit program with $30 annual permits and extend the parking program from 9 to 8 p.m., which would eliminate that employee parking in a location from 4 p.m., getting 2 hours free and staying there the rest of the night. At this point, they would have to then either pay money or, and we know that would be part of the problem. The commission would also recommend that we create a parking coordinator and hire 3 additional parking ambassador job classifications so that we can do enforcement to the level that we would like to. As you see the numbers that I've gone through in some of the presentation, we pretty much, as you know, have one person that has done all of our jobs related to parking, and that's our parking ambassador, Donna. And she has not only been in charge of running the program and for doing a lot of the back end, all the back end stuff, as opposed to, and also the only person doing any enforcement, just with the staffing levels we have. It's clearly not able that she can run a program 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. And manage all those jobs. So these were the recommendations of the Downtown Parking Commission in September. We were going to come to council at that time, but because of the COVID and what was going on at the time, we decided to push that back to now that we're in March. So we had another meeting just a few weeks ago with the Parking Commission to make sure that their recommendations in September were still their recommendations now. And I bring them to you tonight because that is exactly what the commission did. They recommended we stick with those recommendations for the council. To highlight some of the items I'm talking about, the senior permit program that we have now instituted. It's been for 12 months. We started this last March for a 6-month pilot program. We then extended that to another 6 months, so it has been going on for 12 months. Seniors that are 65 and older at the time of the purchase can purchase a parking permit for $30, for the annual permit for $30. They do that through the police department, the Chamber of Commerce, the Senior Center, and it's a paper application that we actually have to put into the system, and that's all done by our parking ambassador at the time. So she inputs that into our license plate recognition system so that we can make sure we don't issue that vehicle a citation. During this time of the senior permit program that has been on a pilot program, we've only issued 13 senior permits. The parking coordinator and ambassador positions that I spoke of, I think I've highlighted that our parking ambassador, currently Donna, she's doing much more work than a parking ambassador was intended to do, and we need someone to help coordinate the parking program a bit more because of the additional parking ambassadors that will be needed to increase our effectiveness in the downtown by increasing our compliance rate. It's very easy when our downtown businesses understand that Donna is either not working or she doesn't work 7 days a week or she's not out walking around. So we need to have greater, we need to have more people in the downtown area, more ambassadors in the downtown area so that we can have greater compliance. So not only will Donna be in charge of that, she will continue to run the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission meetings and be the liaison of the city consultant. In the next recommendation, or in the couple of slides, you're going to see that we're going to discuss redoing the Dixon contract that we have been under for the last several years. And this is due to how well Donna's done with the position of parking ambassador. As I highlighted at the beginning of the presentation, we have won those awards, and those are because of the work that she's done primarily. And we will now be using her in that more advanced role and being able to limit the need we have for Dixon that we've had for now several years. The recommendation of the Parking Commission is that we, in order to enforce or to have greater compliance rate, we would need to have Donna as our full-time employee and 3 part-time employees to be able to run Monday through Sunday from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Currently, we have very limited enforcement. As many hours as Donna is able to spend in the downtown area are pretty small. So even if we were to maintain our current level, we are unable to do what we need to do, which is gain compliance in our downtown with just having 1 employee run all of the entire parking program that we have now established. So the recommendation by the commission is that we go Monday through Sunday from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and hire those 3 additional part-time employees. Regarding Dixon, what the proposal for Dixon contract is, they've been a consultant for the city since 2018, and as I've been before you several times, we are so grateful to have Dixon as a partner in this process. They have really helped us mold what we believe to be a very strong parking program in our downtown. It's community service based, it's generous to the public. We have done tons of community outreach and we will continue to do it. And they've really just strengthened us in having the ability to take over this on our own and really have provided Donna a ton of training and resources so that she can extend into that next role and we're able to limit the contract with Dixon. We would still recommend we contract with Dixon. They will still be there to help us navigate some of primarily the data collection that we do. That's very time consuming stuff when we continue to do data collection in our downtown. We will always continue to do data collection as part of the program so that we maintain an idea of what the actual numbers are in our downtown area. So that's part of an ongoing process with our parking program. I think that kind of gives an overview of what we are proposing from the Downtown Parking Commission. I can certainly answer any specific questions regarding the process, but that is the conclusion of my presentation tonight.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Our usual way of doing things is for us to go to council members so that they can ask questions of clarification of the presenter. Then we go to public comment so people can have their say. And then after public comment, it comes back to the council when we get to discuss things. So with questions, Councilman Strong.
Yes, and I'll stick to just questions now, but I'm going to make comments later. And question is, what's the actual cost of processing a senior application for a permit?
Mr. Strong, I don't have the exact actual cost. It would be done by Donna, and it does take her certainly a lot of time to process. So we basically make the copy of the photo, copy of the paper. She goes out, collects the paper, confirms that the resident of City of Paso Robles is over 65 years old, and that they are able to have that permit. Once that permit is issued, Donna then gets into the back end of the system, has to implement their license plate in the system so they won't be issued a citation. As a little bit more on that, the Parking Commission recommended, originally that was set at doing for $60 for the year, which was $5 a month, which was set at what our permits are for our staff lots. The Parking Commission then reduced that to being $30 for an annual fee from the $60 that they have. So that's why they settled on that number.
Okay, so there's no way that a senior can just go down to the police department and do this and just file that paperwork, show their driver's license and what their license number is or something, and be put into the system? They have to go through Donna?
Yes, Mr. Strong, the system that we use, because we use the automatic license plate reader system to figure out the parking registration, if they didn't get, if their license plate didn't get inputted into that system, there would be no way for the LPR to know that that car was in the system. And Donna's, that's a little bit more restrictive of a system to have access to all of our employees.
And Donna's the only one who can enter those things, I guess, huh?
Well, sir, I can, but I don't do it very well, to be honest. So, but Donna and myself, yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. On the new hours that was shown there on the screen, are they still getting the two free hours?
Yes, Councilwoman, they will still receive their 2 free hours under the current proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I have a question, Caleb. On the only day I'm kind of questioning is Sundays. I don't notice Sundays being as intense as other days. Have you consider not doing it on Sundays, or?
Mr. Strong, so Sundays were discussed by the commission as well, and the recommendation from Dixon and us from the city, Donna and myself, for twofold regarding Sundays. One would be the city of Paso Robles is a vibrant town, and any day there's a thought of a holiday on a Monday, as if you've been in the downtown, it pretty much looks just like Saturday. And we all know that, which we all have grown to love that about our town. Additionally, the signage that we have would be much easier to just say 7 days a week than we don't do it on Sundays. And the third thing, as me being in charge of the parking program and the ambassadors that we will hire, I will always adjust my staffing levels to the need of the department. I do the same thing with the police department and my patrol operations as I would do with the parking. So staffing a parking ambassador on a Sunday if the downtown is not full would not be something that would be most advantageous for us as a community. So regarding those, I think those are the hours that we would need to adjust, but certainly on our holiday weekends, our Sundays are just as full as our Saturdays.
Thank you.
Councilman Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I have no questions for Caleb.
Okay, thank you. And Caleb, so just a couple. You said a moment ago that seniors would still get 2 hours for parking. I'm assuming that's for automobiles without this parking permit.
Yes, Your Honor.
With a parking permit, you wouldn't care about the 2 hours, right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Okay, so I looked up the population figures from July of last year, a little over a year ago. We've got about 5,000 people, 5,000 residents in Paso Robles over the age of 65. So assuming, I don't know, half of that, not everybody owns their own car, 2,500 permits. That's about $75,000 in fees if every single one of them bought a permit, which I don't think they will. Question I have is, how about multiple cars? We're seniors, we own 2 cars. Can we get 2 permits?
Mr. Mayor, as the program and proposal in front of you, that you would have to buy 2 permits, so $30 for each vehicle. Just on the senior permits as well, there's nothing that clarifies there's no way to show that if you were a senior who maybe worked in the downtown, you could certainly buy a permit and then park in front of your business and for the entire day either. And we have seen that happen with the 13 issue that we have.
Right. So if I understand correctly, if I buy a $30 parking permit, then it's totally legal for me to park my car downtown all day.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then this is strictly for Paso Robles residents. So I don't know, that sounds a little intrusive when you're asking me where I live to get a parking permit.
We go by the driver's license of that permit, of the person and the registration of the vehicle. We haven't had any issues with that. And it's just consistent with our entire program. We would, we're pretty customer service based, so we would continue to be so.
Okay, and what would what does the parking permit look like? Is this a decal that goes in the window? How does that work?
There is no decal that goes in the window. It is all done through the license plate number. So
the license plate reader knows that this automobile belongs to a senior who lives in Paso Robles.
That is correct.
Interesting. Okay, very good. We've all had a chance at questions. Hearing no one jump in with another one, we're going to open public comment. Right now, I have 2 people waiting in queue to comment. First, we have Dale Guston. Dale, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. Now, I have my business in Paso Robles, but my residence is just outside the city limits. So I'm 83 years old. Do I get to buy a parking permit? That's my first question.
Very good.
Second question is, I wish I could share Commander Davis's exuberance for this program. I've never liked this program since it was first proposed, and mainly because it's too costly for the benefit we're getting. We had a employee parking problem, but this was not the right solution, and it's just costing us a fortune. I mean, $1 million, over $1 million being dumped into already. And you admit it, 5 years from now, before it'll even break even on the daily upkeep. I just think that this is a waste of money. That's my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Jan Album. Jan, are you with us?
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So just to recap, the proposal tonight is that we expand the program from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week, that you promote the parking ambassador to a parking supervisor and hire 3 part-time assistants to cover that expanded parking schedule, that we renew the contract for Dixon Resources to continue to provide consulting services for $40,000 a year. The cost associated with this expansion alone, the consultant and the parking staff to manage and patrol, is probably in the range of somewhere around $200,000 a year. The loss of 64 parking spaces for the parklets is a loss of $185,000 a year. So I get why you want, in fact, need to expand the program. What I don't get is how you can approve this expansion and the extraordinary costs associated with it, but feel it's absolutely necessary to charge your seniors a $30 fee rather than encourage them to come back and enjoy the downtown for free. Seniors are cautious spenders. They have to be because so many of them are living on a fixed income. They're not going to come back in droves, but they do want to come back, go to a show, shop, and have lunch. So one more time, I'm here to ask you to show your senior community that by offering them a free parking permit, they are missed, valued, and you want them back. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. I see no one else in line for public comment. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. One question offered was the question about someone who works in the city but lives just outside the city. Do we have any way to accommodate them with a senior parking permit?
Yes, sir, we do.
And how does that work?
Mr. Mayor, the senior parking permit program, is we can't actually allow people outside of our city area to do it. I misspoke on that. I was confirming through my staff notes here, but we can do that. And certainly if they worked in our downtown, we would be able to accommodate that.
Okay, so you are going to have, I'm intrigued. I mean, if I live 50 feet outside the city, I come in, I can get a parking permit.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
And if I live a mile outside the city, I can come in and get a parking permit.
Yes, sir. We don't have that restriction in our senior permit program.
So this would be a senior program open to all seniors, not just Paso Robles seniors.
That is correct, sir. I misspoke earlier.
Okay, that's different then. Thank you. Okay, I think I could be wrong, but I think that's the only question I heard. Let's go to the council, Mr. Strong.
Yes, well, here's my first comment is, I have a permit in the city of San Luis Obispo. It's an annual permit to park at the senior center, and it costs me $5 a year. And it has a sticker in my window. And that seems like a reasonable cost. And obviously, I'm not a resident of the city. I'm way outside the city, but just like our program, I'm a senior citizen, and I'm entitled to that permit, therefore, as long as I pay the fee, which is a fee that pays for the sticker, basically, and somebody to write my name on a sheet saying, you've got this number sticker. So I think I don't like parts of this program. If we're going to have paid parking, I can understand going at 7 days a week. I can understand that. I can even see extending it to 8 p.m. And maybe I'm going to be giving a minority report now, because I honestly don't expect 3 people on this council or 2 others to totally agree with me. But the seniors have a real point. They need some relief in being on fixed income. Some of them have very, very low fixed income. $30 is really a stretch for some of them. Also, using our current system without that permit is a real difficulty, because they have these physical difficulties getting to the kiosks, and or they have electronic challenges that will not allow them to electronically take care of it without going to the kiosk. So they have a real problem, and their solution is avoid the downtown. And a lot of them are doing that, and I'm hearing from them. So maybe that's why this is a minority report, because I am listening to them, and I think they deserve to be listened to. The other thing is, I understand also extending those hours, we're starting to include the tourists, not just hitting our local residents. This whole thing started, as we all recall, from 20 years of efforts to get the employees to stop parking in front of their own businesses or their neighbor's business. And therefore, we were having businesses go out of business because they couldn't have any customers. There weren't any parking spaces for the customers to use. And we had to do something. We tried and tried and tried, and the employees just, for some reason, just liked the convenience, period. That was it. As long as we take care of those parking lots and the employees have a place to park and they have their permits to pay for that are reasonable, we're fine. But as far as those spaces on the street, having taken this many out for parklets already, I'm hoping we can reduce that number that are taken out too. And hopefully a lot of things start to come back and we go back to a little more business as usual. But I can go along with that. I think Dixon has done a great job to some extent. I never agreed with the kiosks that much myself, because I don't think this should be a moneymaker, and I don't think it should be this costly, but that's the way it is. But I don't know why we're going to keep Dixon on forever. If we've got a parking committee now, and we've got experience dealing with this parking. And there's 3 other studies we've done on parking downtown over the years that have cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars now in total. We ought to know enough about parking at this point to be able to do a little bit of this on our own. And I would seriously consider not renewing that contract, or at least scaling it way back, because I don't understand just why we keep hanging on to that. So those are my concerns right now, and I'd like to see us drop that parking permit. I guess I'm not going to go quite as far as Jan and say that's nothing, but I would like to see it come down to maybe $5 a year, which I think is enough to cover basic costs of registering that license plate, or printing a sticker and having to put a sticker on the car. And if they go up to ticket that car, they see the sticker and they don't give them a ticket. It's simple as that. I think there's better ways to do this, and I think that $30 is too much. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilman Strong, and I have to apologize to the council due to technical snafus. I have a couple of other people that wish to comment on this item, and I don't want them precluded simply because there was a time delay in getting screened. So I am going to reopen the public comment on this. Anyone listening in that wishes to comment, please call right now, because we are not going to keep doing this. The number to call is 805-865-7276. I'm reopening the public comment on this item. Mr. Guston, are you with us? Moving on.
They just now put me on, Steve.
Hello?
They just now kicked me on.
Okay, you're on.
I'm on. Oh, okay. The thing that disturbs me is we're going to have this impacted by the next item on the agenda. And I presented a plan from a city up north, and it was time parking only, no paid parking, and it worked in that city. And I presented it to Julie Dixon when she first came to town, and I presented it to the city council, and everybody ignored it. It would have cost a pins of what this program is costing, and it would accomplish the same thing. One person could have done it with time parking, a maximum of, say, 4 hours, maybe even 3 hours. We'd have the same number of signs as we have now, and we wouldn't have the expensive kiosks, the $1 million input into this, and somebody that we're paying to monitor this program, and it's $40,000 a year. I'm just terribly upset that we ignore another program that worked in another city, and are going for the terribly expensive program that even now they're saying that some of the employees are cheating on it and parking in front of places like at the 4 o'clock and so forth. And maybe they would have if they extended the hours to 8 o'clock. I don't know. I think that you can monitor time parking cheaper and with less outlay than we've put out for this program substantially. Thank you.
Thank you. The number to call right now on this item is 805-865-7276. Jan Album, you're next. Jan Albin.
Mr. Mayor, I've already spoken.
Okay, I still have you on my list. Did you have anything else, ma'am? Okay, moving on. Yesenia Echevarria.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm listening to what Councilman Fred Strong has mentioned. I'm also hearing a lot of concern, senior citizens, and to be honest with you, we have to take into account what the people of Paso, the families that live here, the folks that have been here for years. The downtown, I understand, is a big revenue for economics such as wine, tourism, but we have to find that balance to allow space for Paso Robles to actually bring their families, enjoy these restaurants. And we also have to be mindful of how much all of this is going to cost. I mean, we have a lot of issues as a city that I feel that this is an opportunity for city council to step up and do something for the Paso Robles and hear the people, because even I know I've been on the phone now, you know, I'm changing my schedule to do other things like listen to you. And this should be a town hall meeting. There has to be more input. This calling in and having 3 minutes is not even enough time. These are decisions that are going to impact our budget, which we're already struggling with, and are going to impact the families that call this place home. Please do not forget the families that call this place home and the folks that live here that are struggling enough as it is. That is all. Thank you. That is my...
Next, we have Serena Freeman.
Hi, I've been living in the Paso Robles area for many years and been in the area for over 30 years. I'm really upset about this. I want to speak on behalf of the seniors that will be avoiding the city if you continue doing what you're doing. You need to allow them at some minor fee as suggested, perhaps $5 annual fee just to cover some paperwork and registration. Let the seniors, not only at Paso Robles, but like myself and seniors out here in San Miguel and nearby areas, have that advantage of an affordable situation instead of avoiding the businesses. The businesses are suffering because we don't want to come into town and have the problem of finding the parking spot. A lot of the seniors are disabled, handicapped, and really can't walk a large distance. They need to have convenient parking and be able to do so. As already mentioned, they can't handle computers and technology. Why do you want to shun them and turn them away from coming to the city and supporting the city? It's ludicrous. It's a crazy way of thinking. And you do need a public meeting that properly discusses this, including all of the nearby citizens and the citizens in a better forum. Your thinking is goofy. It doesn't support the citizens coming to the town and supporting the businesses. You got to revise your thinking. Extending the hours is also stupid. I know you want to gain money, but cut your expenses, cut it off at 5 so people will come to the restaurants and support the various businesses as the weather warms up. Your thinking is distorted, doesn't reflect the feelings of the citizens, and you should change your decisions. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Mr. Mayor, are you muted?
Just taking a deep breath. I have no further names added to this list, so I'm going to bring it back to the council. Mr. Strong has had his input. We go to Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Well, we're hearing from our citizens this evening, and I was not aware of how much it was costing in San Luis Obispo. So if that's something we can look at and do a match as the same as SLO, I think that would really help our seniors. If we can look at that option And I also feel that we need to look at maybe, I know it'd be hard for the way Mr. Caleb was saying that it's hard for the signage, but we need to think about our locals and maybe have some kind of something available for our local residents. When I first moved here, a lot of the places downtown used to have some local fees, like dinners were less expensive and things like that to promote the balance between the tourism and our locals. I don't know if that's something we can, if they discussed at the parking meeting or not. That's all I have for now, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I've got several comments. So I think I kind of like the idea of getting a more interesting rate for the seniors. And I was just kind of toying with the idea while listening to Fred Strong and both Maria and the public. I think $1 a month to park downtown is very fair for the seniors. And I think we'd probably quadruple or quintuple the number of seniors that would buy the permits. And I don't think it's the cost of the permit itself. I think it's, to me, it's more important to have the seniors come to town. And I think if you make it more palatable, like many people have said, that would help them or entice them to come to town. My other question is, I agree with the hours of the parking permitting. I think Sundays are going to be a stretch on some days, but that's something that the staff could figure out. But I'd like to see I'd like to discuss maybe a little reduction in the fees for our consultant. And the only reason I say that, I have a lot of confidence in Donna and in our police department. And I think I'd rather offer a little bit less in that contract, maybe go to $20,000 for the year. And if we need to have more, we get more. But I think we reduce that a little bit, and not to put pressure on Donna, but Donna understands the program well, and she'll have some people to work with. And Caleb, you're doing a really good job with this. So I think that's one of the considerations I like to make. Other than that, I think that the parking program is working really well. And I have to say, during the COVID, I've seen a lot more people walking in town, and I think that's really helped the situation with the limited parking we have. But walking, I think, along with all this, everything else we're doing, I think we have to educate our public about walking a little bit more. I think it's really helpful. So that's my commentary.
Thank you, Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question maybe for Caleb. As far as the timing on this, staff recommendation was to go from 9 o'clock to 8 p.m. If we were to come back down to 6 p.m. every day, 7 days a week, would that reduce our full-time equivalent? In other words, for the parking ambassadors from 1.41 to something less than that?
Mr. Hammond, we would have to readjust that. I think I would limit my part-time staff maybe by 1 at that point, but part-time staff are only 18 hours a week, a maximum. So would save us a little bit, but not a lot at that point.
Right. I figured it wouldn't be a whole lot, but it'd be something. And again, I'm not quite sure, why the 8 p.m. I don't recall that in our parking committee meeting, but I am definitely in favor of doing 7 days a week because, again, the most comments I've had from most people in our town is that, why are we not charging on weekends, which is when we have most of the tourists coming? And so if we essentially get that into the program, I think that'll make it softer for everybody else. That, again, it's the majority of the tourism that is paying for the downtown at that point. I think, again, that the $30 a year is reasonable, really. Divide that by 12 is what, not that much money per month. And what I am kind of concerned about that, or maybe this would be a question for Caleb. That parking permit is basically every day of every week of every month, all day long. And is there a way that if we were to reduce the price, then we could restrict the number of hours that that car could be parked downtown if it did have that permit?
Mr. Hammond, that would be fairly difficult with the system that we have. If we were to restrict the hours, that would mean we'd have to, for instance, if we saw the vehicle there in a location and we came back later and it was still there, you get into wheel marking chalks, and that's not really how our system works. I would also take the opportunity to remind just two things that came up. I think that are important for our senior permits that came up. One, handicap parking is always free. That has nothing to do with this. So a handicap placard, you still get to park for free. Two, the San Luis senior permit does not include their entire downtown area. So if you have a senior permit in San Luis that is only $5, it's in a limited area, which is not how our permit is set up. And it would include our entire area 365 days a year for that price. I think those are just important things to remember when we talk about this.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a great deal if we were to do something like that. And again, I'm kind of on Gregory's side that if we can reduce Dixon resources at this point a little bit, based on the fact that we do have the program launched, we are running it pretty swiftly and nicely through our own staff, that Julie would be available if we need it, that we would say, 20,000, not to exceed 20,000, or if we need more money at that point, then we come back to the council for that. So that would be my recommendation as well. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I add one more comment? This is Steve.
Sure, Steve, go ahead.
So, so one of the things I want to point out on the senior program, we only sold 13 senior permits at that price. 13. We have 5,000 seniors in our town. So something's not working there. So I think that you need to consider those things. And then on another item, on the hours of the parking, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights are prime time for downtown, and the 8 o'clock regulation is absolutely necessary. The employees are coming out at 5 o'clock and taking up the parking spots when all the customers are coming down for prime time. I think it's really important that we keep that 8 p.m. Segment. You could always start it a little later in the morning at 10 or something, but that 6 to 8 o'clock, 3 or 4 nights a week right now is critical for the parking downtown if we're going to extend the hours. That's my comment. Thanks.
Steve, Mr. Mayor, the reason I'm trying to reduce those hours is to reduce cost of the program. So what about that, Caleb? Councilman Gregory said that maybe starting at 10 o'clock, would that help, with cost of operations?
That's a great question by both of you. I remind why we started at 9, because we give 2 hours free. And if we start at 10, then it occupies our lunchtime hour of employees again. And so we started at 9, so we would avoid the 2 hours free and have people linger through our lunch hour. We could always adjust hours, but that was the reason for council beginning at 9, and that's what's been working for us.
Mr. Mayor,
okay, just a sec. We're getting, hang on. I haven't had a chance to talk yet. We'll go around again. We'll go around again.
I was asking after you talk. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, but we're getting a little disorganized here. So I want to take folks down memory lane just for a minute. Wasn't that long ago that we had downtown businesses, including the organization that represents our downtown businesses, the vaunted Main Street program, which made such an excellent presentation earlier this evening, come to us and say that the lack of parking was killing downtown business. We had several surveys taken. Every single one said the problem is employee parking. Employers were unable to control employee parking. And so the council agreed to do one more study with the promise that we would offer a solution. That's what got us to this point, just so everybody remembers, okay? This is not something we pulled out of our back pocket and decided to foist on people one day. As far as public input, we have had numerous public hearings. We have facilitated, with the help of our business partners downtown, numerous workshops with our businesses, with people of all ages. So while the council may indeed elect to go to a town hall process to vent this issue, I don't want anyone to think it's because of lack of public input to this point in time. We have several issues in front of us tonight. Now, one issue is the issue of seniors, and we can talk all night long about the ability or the need or the possibilities of seniors. I propose that we just simply give all seniors free parking passes. I don't think charging them $5 a year is even going to cover the cost of processing those parking passes. So I say give the seniors over 65 free passes. We have to pay for this program somehow. The people who have written to me want to know why the tourists are not paying a bigger percentage, why the hours haven't been extended later, why they aren't extended to the weekends to capture the tourist market. I think that is a reasonable question. I think it's a reasonable strategy that needs to be entertained. So I'm in favor of expanding the hours as proposed in our staff report tonight. I would also add the possibility of sort of a different twist on this. What we always mention, but doesn't seem to gather any traction, is that our parking system provides for 2 free hours of parking for everyone. And I realize for some people that's not enough, and we've tried to make allowances and tweak the system, but I get it. So why not offer everyone in the city, except seniors, because they would be getting free permits, offer everyone in the city the alternative, wouldn't be a requirement, would be an option of buying a parking permit for $60 a year. So if you're the type of person that goes downtown and spends less than 2 hours downtown, you don't have to worry about it. The first 2 hours are free. If you're the type of person that spends more time downtown, you'll pay $60 a year. And we'll run it through the system the same way that we run the senior permits through the system. And as far as the consultant fees, I agree with the comments that were made previously, that I think we need to renegotiate the services of our consultant to keep those fees as low as possible. Those are my comments. And now, going back to the top of the list, Mr. Strong, please.
Yes, I think we're starting to get somewhere. And, you know, we had those great organizations who did make those presentations earlier, and I'd like to see them get involved in another way. For one thing, Mr. Mayor, if we do what you say and have a permit for all of our citizens at $60 a year, then I think we should eliminate the 2 hours of free parking completely, because the tourists are used to paying for parking no matter where they go. And there is no such thing as free time. As soon as you get there, you better plug that meter or pay for that parking, or you're going to get a ticket. And that's the way it is almost everywhere. So I would work with the hoteliers and with our downtown businesses to provide a shuttle bus that would circulate through on the weekends, at least on the weekends, possibly all week if it made sense, between the hotels and the downtown, so that they didn't have to park downtown if they still wanted to go downtown just for a short time. They could get back on a shuttle and get back to their hotel room or whatever they wanted to do. But I think we need options for that parking other than just the parking spaces. And I think we need to think this through a little more. Maybe our parking committee could even jump on that one, as well as the Chamber and Main Street. Some of my thoughts, but I like the idea of just eliminate the parking, have a permit for locals, and have the free parking for the seniors. I'll go for free parking, absolutely. But I don't think $5 a year would be that big a stretch for them either, if it involved some type of a permit, a sticker, or some paperwork. That's my 2 cents at this point.
Thank you.
Now it's 2 cents, I guess.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. You surprise me all the time, sir.
Oh, I do my best.
I really like your ideas. That's what I was trying to figure out, some way of promoting this for locals. So I really like the option for $60 a year. I like that. That's all I have to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Well, Steve, I like your idea on the seniors. I like Fred's idea. I think we ought to recoup a little bit. I'd be good with $5 because right now they're not coming downtown. The $60 a year is not going to work because every employee working downtown would buy that. We'd fill up our parking spots again. So I think you need to have an age-generated parking permit, like a seniors only. But every employee would be paying for that $60 a year, and they take up all your downtown parking again. So that's something for Dixon to consider.
Okay.
I'm in favor of helping the seniors. I think the seniors would be great to have back downtown and not have any cost. And more than that, the struggle of figuring out how to use the machines. And I like the hours. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Very good. Thanks. Councilman Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you got me spinning here at this point. I got to tell you, Steve, and we all heard this before, parking's not free. And I with your suggestion of $60, I'm curious, how that would pencil out. Truly, I'm thinking again with Steve Gregory that we would start seeing a lot of that, at least the business owners downtown buying that. And, they're going to take up quite a lot of spaces all day long, 365 days a year. And I think it's, again, reason we got to this point is because of the downtown merchants and their employees. I'm really concerned about that design that you just put out there. I really think that, again, it sounds like a Julie Dixon kind of an effort to crunch that through and bring it back to the commission and then again back up to us for further discussion and approvals, because I'm just curious how that's going to pencil out, truly. And we have a system now we pay for, we've invested in, and it may not work at all with the revenue that would be generated from something like that. You see?
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all. I'm just throwing it out.
I appreciate those thoughts. And let me just, if I may, from my limited perspective here, try to defend part of this, and you guys point out where I'm wrong. Okay. First of all, I agree. If we sell a general parking permit, we're going to be back in the same boat we were in before, where people are saying employees are taking up parking spaces. But here's the difference. When you're selling $60 a year parking permits, you're raising enough money, even if you only sell 5,000 permits, you're raising enough money every year to pay for the program, probably with enough left over to help fund Main Street from funds that we don't have right now. So it is a revenue generator, and it can be channeled into productive areas downtown. It frees up parking for seniors. It removes the angst of paid parking for them. And I would, for the tourists, I would leave the 2 hours in that we have right now, because that becomes a marketing advantage. If people come here and say, oh, I know I have to pay for parking, and we tell them, yeah, but the first 2 hours are free, they're going to spend more time here. They're going to spend more money here. They're going to generate more funds for the city and through the city for Main Street and for our local businesses. I just go back to the fact that this all started because we couldn't free up employee parking. And if the reality of the situation is because of the impact on seniors, because of the impact on non-employees, because of the expense, because of all the things that have been enumerated tonight, if because of all those things that doesn't work, then at least we need to structure something where our businesses downtown realize some benefit out of the parking problem. So that's the thought out of my fevered brain. Mr. Strong.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I see where you're going, but we've got to somehow keep some control. And I don't think the 2 hours free is going to be a great tourist attraction. Tourists are wherever they live, they pay. We are one of the few places anywhere that has free parking, or that used to have free parking. Mm-hmm. And Dale Guston had a good point. All we needed was timed parking. We didn't necessarily need to put in the fees in the first place. It would have been much easier to just control. Granted, it might have meant marking on the tires, or it could have meant just scanning the license plates. And if they're still there so many hours later in the same downtown area, that's it. You get a ticket, unless you've got a permit. But I think we have to think this through a little more, and I'm not sure that the direction we're going in right now is really going to be satisfactory to everybody.
Well, I think
I could see if you wanted a $60 a year permit for locals, then they should get the 2 hours of free parking, or maybe 3 hours of free parking with that permit anytime they wanted to come downtown. But that's it. Not all day, not every day, and then eliminate the free parking for anybody outside of the city or outside that's a tourist. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying outside of the city immediately if they work, if they have own businesses here, et cetera. Our area is an area, not just the city.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maria.
Yes, sir. I'm still with you. I think we need to do something for the locals. So I'm still seeing it the way you are.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. I'd like to stick to the subject tonight, which is the consideration that's been brought before us. A lot of these other ancillary ideas are great, but I think they need to be formed and discussed with Dixon. So I'm ready to make a motion that is related to the presentation that's been given us tonight. And I can wait for other comments from others, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Let's see if Mr. Hammond has something else to say.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of with Gregory at this point. The options were before us to go one direction. If we want to, vote no on that, then so be it. But I think I'd second a motion to move forward with what we have on the plate tonight.
I'd like to make some
Hang on. Un momento. I just want to wrap up my thoughts before you make your motion. I would say, based on the comments that I've heard and my own thoughts, obviously this needs to go back to our consultant because we've got some alternatives that haven't been fully vetted. I think among those alternatives are analyzing the cost benefits of free passes and low cost passes for seniors and other locals. Also analyzing alternatives for parking fee structures between locals and visitors. And then if the council so desires, structuring public input around, as was suggested by more than one caller tonight, a town hall meeting rather than a study session. Those are my thoughts. Mr. Gregory, you're up.
Okay. So I'd make a motion to go ahead and I guess this is a pretty long motion here. Hold on. So let's see if there's a shortened version. Okay. So I'll make a motion 21XXX, approving job classifications in addition of 3 staff, 3 positions as an Exhibit A, supervisor, professional coordinator, 1, and a 2 classification description. And I'll mention all 3 of these and then make amendments. Resolution 21XXX, approving the extension to the downtown program to operate Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. each day for the extension of it. I'll just stop it right there. And then approving a 12-month contract with Dixon Unlimited, but reducing that amount to $20,000. That's my motion. And then would amend the motion to follow up on the senior parking, affordable senior parking passes and other parking options for citizens at a later date.
Second for discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Council discussion, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, on resolution 3 there, Steve, I would think we probably ought to involve Dixon to give us a proposal instead of just dictating what she would or what we want to see. But maybe leave that open to have Dixon come back with a, another proposal.
Yeah, I would agree with that, John.
Yeah, leave it open there.
Present it, have Caleb take it back to Dixon and see if we work something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Any further discussion, Mr. Strong?
Yes, actually, I'd like an amendment to include that the senior section, but drop it to $5. Amended.
The maker of the motion will include that.
Vote for it.
Maker of the motion will include that.
I'm okay with that.
Second.
Yeah, that'll be fine. $5.
Very good. Ms. Garcia.
I would also like to put a time frame on this, when they're going to bring this back to us for.
So the senior one is being voted on now.
Right, but what about the other option for local?
Yeah, that's up to the staff to bring it back. In 6 months, within 3 months, whatever you want.
Maria, what time frame would you like to see?
Yeah, I would like to see at least 2 months.
Within 60 days, Steve?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
John?
Yeah, I think what we need to do, though, that would be staff working with Dixon to come back with a program for them.
Right.
Which, again, involves in Dixon's proposal to move forward, with the city here. So I think if staff understands what we're trying to do here, they would dictate what they need, the deliverables from Dixon to come back to council at a later date in 2 months. So,
I have a motion.
Mr. Mayor, would you like that to go through the parking commission first before bringing back to council, or come straight to council?
That was the next thing I was going to ask. Mr. Gregory, Parking Commission first and then the council?
Absolutely. And then here's another thing I want to say, that we have to listen to our consultant. So it's really important that we can come back with something that's going to work.
Very good. Mr. Hammond, okay with that?
I agree. Dixon's got the experience and probably a program that's already been developed similar to our locals that we're trying to find. So, we need to lean on her experience and bring it back for discussion at that point through the commission and then up to us.
Very good. Mr. Frucci, that was a long, involved and modified motion. Are you clear on all the elements?
Yes, sir, we are.
Thank you. Is there any further council discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
And I will vote no. Motion passes 4-1, Mayor dissenting. Thank you very much. We move on now. Our next item is COVID-19 economic recovery measures, downtown parklet program update, issues and options. I have Mr. Frace down for this.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Steve Gregory, I'm going to recuse myself for a conflict of interest. So I'll be turning off my mic and my computer. Would someone please call me?
We will indeed. Thank you. Mr. Gregory is recusing himself on this issue and will not be part of the discussion. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an update on our downtown parklet program. Basically, we're going to be presenting a menu of options for council discussion and direction tonight, and that'll involve the current temporary parklet program, options for a permanent parklet program, and then also direction on the sidewalk cafes that are the fenced areas along the sidewalk areas. So we'll start with a little bit of background. It was actually 364 days ago that the City Council declared a local emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That started the city EOC operations and also looking at how to deal with the economic impacts of this. It became apparent very quickly that the COVID-19 shutdowns were having a significant impact on downtown restaurants. And for that reason, we came back to the council after some stakeholder input with a series of recommendations and programs. So on May 19th of last year, the City Council started the downtown dining program that allowed for additional benches and seating in City Park, as well as the downtown dining program in the gravel area next to the Carnegie Library. Then on June 2nd, the council entertained an interim parklet program, which authorized basically a limited number of parklets to be built by restaurants and businesses in the downtown area. None of those interim parklets actually ever were installed. What happened was we started to see the second surge starting about that time in mid-June, and by July 13th of last year, the state ordered the second shutdown. So while we were thinking that restaurants were going to be able to reopen over the summer, actually the opposite happened, and we got to a point where restaurants weren't allowed to have indoor seating at all early in the summer, which then necessitated basically what we refer to as the emergency parklet program, which started on July 15th. And basically what the city did was contract for a number of K-rails. So those are those orange water-filled vehicle barriers. And we started putting those up throughout the downtown to allow existing restaurants to operate outdoors. Currently, we have 23 businesses that have these temporary parklets with the water-filled K-rails in front of them. In general, the feedback that we've gotten from businesses and the public has been generally favorable about the temporary program, but obviously there are impacts, especially when we start to consider parking over the long term. So some things to consider about the temporary parklet program. Currently, the city is renting 135 of these K-rails. That costs $8,100 per month. The council has authorized funding of the K-rails through the end of June of this year. We've also authorized a propane program that basically is utilizing some COVID relief money. We do expect that a significant portion of those funds are actually going to be left over and could be redirected to a different program. Another thing to consider, currently the city is in the whole county is in the red tier in terms of the state reopening blueprint. That allows restaurants to operate at 25% occupancy. We do expect and hope that we'll be able to move to the orange tier in the near future, but if you look even at the orange tier, maximum capacity for restaurants is going to be at 50%, and then the next step down would be the yellow tier, tier 4, still restaurants are going to be at 50%. So it looks like for the foreseeable future, restaurants are going to be at limited occupancy. The only time restaurants get to go beyond 50% capacity is going to be after the emergency declaration is over. The timing of that is currently unknown. So that's an overview of the temporary parklet program. And then let's talk about the possibility of a permanent parklet program. So the question is, at some point, the temporary program will end, and what happens after that? One of the things we have seen from the temporary program is the outdoor dining does enliven the downtown area, and it does also increase restaurant seating. The trade-off is it's an impact and a reduction to our on-street parking, as Commander Davis just walked us through. Retail businesses don't use parklets, so while these benefit the restaurants downtown, they may have negative impacts on the retail businesses next door. I think the question is there an acceptable balance between downtown parking and downtown parklets? And I think that's a question that requires some work to actually get to the bottom of. So I think another consideration for the council is, should the city start a process working with local stakeholders, which is our business community, Main Street, the Chamber of Commerce, and others, to figure out how to create a permanent program that would strike an acceptable balance between parking and parklets. And that's just a question is, do we want to consider that? And then third is sidewalk cafes. So sidewalk cafes are those fenced areas on the sidewalk that basically create a private dining area for an adjacent restaurant. We'll recall that the city does not actually have a formal policy on sidewalk cafes. We do require the city engineer to issue an encroachment permit, but other than just issuing the permit and making sure that it has minimum clearance, there is no policy on how many there are, where they go, or whether there's actually any sort of financial compensation to the public for giving up that sidewalk. Some of the things to consider is sidewalk cafes can significantly reduce the sidewalk area that's available for pedestrians. They also have impacts on accessibility. Sidewalk cafes currently are free for businesses, so there's an incentive basically for every business to get one because there are no costs for them. The sidewalks around City Park have a significant number of sidewalk cafes. So we do have reduced sidewalks in the busiest part of town, and we continue to get requests for additional sidewalk cafes, especially in the businesses in the downtown core. So I think the question is should the city establish a consistent sidewalk cafe policy and program so that staff and the businesses know what the expectation and formal rules are for permitting and establishing these sidewalk cafes moving forward. So as I mentioned, this is basically a menu of items. We're not suggesting that the council actually take any formal action tonight on any of these items. What we're looking for is direction and then the opportunity to come back to the council at a future date basically with whatever it takes to implement the direction. So the recommendations for consideration tonight, number one would be for the near-term temporary parklet program. So one thing we're recommending is that the council consider extending by resolution the temporary dining program through the end of the calendar year to December 31st. That would at least then give staff and all the businesses assurances on how to operate the program temporarily and when it will come to an end so everybody can plan for an orderly wind down of the program. The second would be to consider funding the existing K-rails through the end of the calendar year. That would require approximately another $60,000. We believe that we'll probably be able to cover that with money left over from the propane program, but we would come back with a formal authorization for funding and formal accounting on that. Second consideration would be to consider converting some, not all, of the parklets to a long-term parklet program. That's going to require downtown stakeholder outreach. That would be a process that we would probably work out over the next couple months and then come back to the council with a formal program before the temporary program is up. Potentially, that program could establish a formal permitting process. It could establish design and appearance standards. It could establish use fees. It could establish numeric limits on how many parklets there are and how many parking spaces are given up. And then it could also set use and operational requirements for those. So those would be a list of some of the items that could be incorporated into a long-term program if the council decides they even want to consider that. And then finally, recommendation 3 would be to provide direction to staff, basically to also come up with formal policies and standards for the sidewalk cafes. Much like the parklets affect parking downtown, the cafes affect sidewalks and pedestrian areas downtown, and basically both of those are a public benefit and resource that we need to have some sort of protection for long term. So I think those are the 3 questions. We know that Main Street and the Chamber, the business community have a lot of input on this, so we really see this as kind of starting the dialogue with all the parties on this issue, and with that we'll conclude our report and be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff, please, Mr. Strong.
I think I have more comments than I have questions at this point. So
very good.
I'll pass on the question.
Councilwoman Garcia.
So do I, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, he's not here, obviously.
He's not here. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's the problem with not being able to see each other. John, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. The only thing is, I want to, and I think hopefully you recall when we started doing this a while ago, I said we're going to be needing these K-rails for quite some time. Directed staff to get pricing on it. Never heard anything back on that. I just quickly, while I'm listening to the report, Googled where I went before. We can actually get 137 of these K-rails that we're going to own for less money that we're going to rent. So definitely I would not approve that B to authorize any more rental. We need to, of course, buy these because we're a city of tourism. We're going to need these things in the future. Why rent? And again, I heard, I think, a comment before that we didn't have a location or a place to store them. There's places to keep these. So anyway, that would be the first recommendation I can see of the list here. There's a lot to go over here. In general, I am not going to be looking to have permanent parklet. I was all over, trying to help these restaurants get through this. But the question to staff, again, what do we think we're going to need for the next few months? I mean, you're recommending to the end of the year. So what I want to do is try to figure out a compromise where we can agree to allow parklets to exist until a certain point, hopefully, again, sooner than later, but get our streets back to parking is essentially what I want to see. So staff, what would be, are you thinking the same thing, that it's going to be that time frame to the end of the year, December 31st?
Well, I think that's a date that we threw out for discussion purposes. I think if you look at the tiers, clearly we're not going to be probably out of the emergency by the end of June. So there is going to be some sort of impact on restaurant occupancy for the foreseeable future, at least through the summer. We need to make sure that the restaurants and the business community have some sort of certainty so that they can plan for the transition back to full indoor operations. And that's why we thought through the end of the year probably gives everybody the most flexibility and time to get ready for the transition back. But it's up to the council to set those timeframes. Right now, the program would end on June 30th.
Okay. Yeah, the shelters have become pretty elaborate, and obviously they were doing it because of the winter time to keep their folks from some sort of exposure, but yet keep the separation going. So I'm going to be open to discussion and figure out how long we need to do these, but clearly we need to get the parking back. Long-term downtown outdoor dining program, again, I'd like to hear staff. Obviously, would this have to go through the planning commission, Warren? I mean, as far as design and using our streets a different way?
None of this requires planning commission input, but I think if the council decided that we wanted to establish a long-term semi-permanent program, we definitely want to include at least the design review committee in that process so that we make sure that we have a high-quality design on parklets.
Which is, well, okay, I'm not talking about parklets. I'm talking about outdoor dining now, right? So in other words, using our sidewalks like we have done in the years past. This wasn't new. We've been doing this for years where we allowed some sidewalk use of public properties for these kind of locations. But, I think that's, again, another policy because times are changing. COVID's going to be, or some sort of virus protection is going to have to be with us for many, many, many years. It's good that we have that opportunity to redesign our streets a little bit to keep our restaurants, again, in business. That's the whole effort here. The reason I voted for it was to give them an opportunity to stay and be, survivable through this thing. So that, I think, is what I'm speaking. I'm not really so much on the street at all. That I am not really looking to see, but more, of a standardized design for using our streets where possible, and where we do have the room, we could do that. I guess that would be part of the fenced downtown sidewalk cafes. Is that kind of what you were trying to do in item 3?
Yeah, the item 3 is about the fenced cafes. Right now, the fences, the design of the fence does go to the design review committee for approval.
Right, yeah, for ADA and all that, and of course accessibility too. So, okay, well, that's enough for me, Steve. Let's go on. And
thank you. So we've had our chance to ask questions of staff. I'm advised by staff we have to take just a moment here to do some technical things to make sure that our meeting continues on uninterrupted. I'd like to take about a 5-minute break. Let staff handle that. So we'll be back in 5. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Thank you for that little timeout. Gave us all a chance to get a little business done. And now we can resume our conversation regarding the item on the agenda tonight concerned with downtown parklets. The City Council has had the opportunity to ask questions of clarification from staff. And now we will go to public comment. We have several people waiting in the queue to comment on this item, so we're going to go there right now. We'll start off with Dale Guston, followed by Carol McDonald, then Gina Fitzpatrick. Dale, are you with us?
Hello, Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. Being involved in Main Street, I realize the value of the parklets, but I agree with Councilman Hammond that because they're water filled, they could be easily moved and stored. And why are we renting when we can buy for about the same price and then use them as needed? If we move into green, we don't even need them. We can get by with just a sidewalk cafe things. And we don't know how fast we're going to move from orange to yellow to green. And if we move fast, then we're taking up that parking that's not being utilized for the restaurants. And also, on the previous thing about the permit, which comes into play with even the parklets, if they're going to give an annual permit, why don't they use the employee parking spots and just make them designated parking for anybody with a permit, whether they be an employee or not an employee, and use it that way. But the parklets are a problem, but they're also beneficial. So we have to weigh removing them as soon as we can to free up the parking without hurting the restaurant's need for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carol McDonald, followed by Gina Fitzpatrick. Carol, are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. I am emphatically in favor of permanent parklets for many, many, many reasons. We have two restaurants, Il Cortile and La Crestecha. And as every business was this year, we've had a tremendously tough time keeping our head above water. If it were not for the parklet and some of the government assistance, we would not be open. At one restaurant for sure, we lost our catering business with the truck because of COVID. And our other restaurant, we were very, very, very close and hanging on by a thread. So the parklets have saved us. And as you said in your presentation, we have no idea when we'll go back to 100% seating. And even if we could go back to 100% seating, I'm not sure how comfortable people would be sitting close together again. So I do think it should go beyond December 31st, and I would be very much in favor of permanent or at least 3 to 5 years. I have, all I can give you is the straw roots surveys of my customers, many of which are over 65. They are in favor of keeping everything. They love the vibrance, they love the enthusiasm, they love the look, and they have a great time coming downtown. They find parking, and some of them walk, and some of them take shuttles or Uber or Lyft. And many of our out-of-town guests do the same because everybody wants to drink. So they don't want to have to drive afterwards. I have not had one complaint, not one, since July. The last thing, or not the last thing, but one of the other things is I've had many conversations with some of the retail outlets. They're in favor of them too. They've actually benefited from them. So I think they've been a very, very positive thing in the city. And if you did decide to keep them for longer than December 31st, because we would be able to afford to do so, would put a substantial investment into a gorgeous parklet in front of both of our restaurants. And I had a conversation with Mr. Faith last year when we were first talking about this, talking with one of our contractors about the specifications. And we would adhere to them, we would put the money in to make it one of the most beautiful things, and make sure that downtown Paso Robles stays as vibrant and beautiful as it could possibly do, and keep our businesses going and keep our restaurants going. We've been in business here over 11 years at one restaurant and over almost 8 years in the other restaurant. We spent a lot of money in this city, paid a lot of taxes, took care of a lot of things, and brought a lot of people in. I do think that you need to consider the vibrancy of the downtown area and businesses rather than just 60 parking spaces. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much for calling. We do appreciate it. Up next, we have Gina Fitzpatrick, followed by Sally Reynolds. Gina, welcome back.
Thank you for the third time this evening. Good evening again, Mayor Martin and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments related to the city's proposed action for the temporary parklet program. We definitely appreciate the city's effort to maintain a proactive response moving forward. However, we'd like to extend additional and alternative recommendations for you to consider. So first, end the placement and location of the temporary parklets by October 25th, 2021. It is anticipated that by late fall, indoor dining with increased capacity may be allowed, and the need to extend dining outdoors may not be needed. Additionally, the weather does begin to change, and the feasibility of outdoor dining without a means to cover or heating diminishes. This time also allows downtown restaurants to provide outdoor dining capacity through the summer and early fall. And as noted, the initial permitting of parklets was intended to be temporary. We are somewhat bewildered by why the city chose not to purchase the additional K-rails needed for public safety, as suggested by council earlier in the year. We believe purchase versus renting would have saved the city additional costs related to infrastructure needed for the parklets and may have added to the city's public safety apparatus inventory to use for future public events. We suggest you revisit this topic as a means to maintain the temporary structures at a reasonable cost. Finally, we support the recommendation to develop a long-term outdoor parklet program that can reimagine the use of public space while at the same time address community-based issues of concern such as loss of parking, lack of public safety and public right-of-way, stormwater drainage, and impacts pertaining to equitability in regards to the surrounding retail businesses. We'd like to suggest the city engage in an expanded public outreach and planning process that involves downtown stakeholders as well as community members to consider how the parklets potentially impact the fabric of the neighborhood and determine how they fit into the city's overall uptown, downtown area specific plan. We agree this engagement should solicit community feedback to help define a formal permitting process and establish design standards that align with the city's overall aesthetics, along with exploring operations requirements, limits on permitted areas, pedestrian and vehicular traffic flow, and the potential for public-private partnerships. We believe the city should approach a permanent parklet program the same way it would any other change to the city's zoning code or land use designation by aligning it with the city's general plan and or area-specific plans. Through a survey conducted by us, the Chamber of Commerce, it was clear that of the 716 respondents, 79% would like to see parklets and extended outdoor dining areas become long-term. Of those, nearly half were concerned with parking availability. Hence, our comments regarding a specific working group that can vet the feasibility of replacing lost revenue to the city through the downtown parking program and lost parking spaces. Additional comments were made regarding changes in weather, public right-of-way and accessibility, aesthetics, and very specifically the actual cost of the restaurant owner operator to construct and maintain such a space. Thank you for your consideration of our recommendations.
Thank you for calling again. Next, we have Sally Reynolds. A reminder, the number to call for public comment on this item is 805-865-7276. If you wish to comment on this item, please call right now. Sally right now is the last person in the queue. Welcome, Sally.
Welcome again, Mayor Martin and council members. Warren, I have to say, every time you mention you want to reach out to stakeholders and get input on whether we do long-term, short-term, what kind, you never include the residents. It's our downtown too, and every place you put, reach out to stakeholders and residents needs to be added. We have not had any input for a year. So I could understand why you're only used to dealing with stakeholders. But that is not fair. It's our downtown too. We should have a say. The other thing I want to say is the chamber had no business doing a survey for all of their the people that they support. It should have been done by the city of Paso Robles. It should never be done by the chamber. Of course, it's going to be slighted. 79% are pro permanent parklets. I'm not pro permanent parklets. I want the parking back. Sidewalk cafes, I could deal with, but we need parking downtown, and it shouldn't be a survey from all the businesses that want permanent parking. That is just not fair. Hopefully, we can get a town hall meeting. We can discuss some of this stuff, and we can include the residents who are taxpayers and may not have a business, because I'm really getting upset with how it has run, eliminating all of the residents and just dealing with stakeholders and the tourist people. It's time to include all of us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. I have no one else in queue. Does staff have anybody else that wants to speak?
No, sir.
I'm going to take that as a no. I'm closing public comment, bringing it back to council for discussion and action. Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think it's time also to remember our history. John brought up a good point about rent versus buying, but there was an aspect to that, and I'm going to go back to 2003 and a little earthquake we had, and a geyser in the parking lot at City Hall that shot 75 feet high and stayed that high for a number of months until we had to get pumps and all kinds of equipment and stuff and plug it up and then shipped it all down to the river. But the interesting thing is that was FEMA money that was dealing with that because it was a disaster. And the FEMA money said we could rent those pumps at like $25 or $50 a month for years, or we could buy them at our own cost and they would not pay for it. And we could buy them for about $250 to buy the pump. Same situation as we have with the park, with the hay rails. So the question is, what's the source of the money that's paying for the rental on those hay rails? If it is special money for response to the pandemic, then they won't let us buy them and they won't pay for them because we'd be getting a separate use from them. And that's how the federal government works. Now, if that's the case, but if we want to do it as a matter of economic development, then it should come out of our general fund. And we should just buy them and use them for that purpose, if that's what we want to do. But that's just a note on rent versus buy. Make sure you know what the source of your money is and what the conditions are under which you can use it and how you can use it. So I suspect that we're getting the federal government to pay for those K-rails right now. That's just my suspicion. Maybe Mr. Frucci can let us know about that afterwards, after I'm done. But I can see widening the sidewalks on the streets where they can safely be, where the streets can safely be narrowed, and doing more on sidewalk parking or dining, and still have space for people to walk. And then we wouldn't have any parklets after the pandemic was over. The alternative, we could have a fee for the parklets, and if you wanted to keep parklets, and then reestablish the old downtown parking district and have those fees go into the parking district so that eventually we can build a parking structure to replace all those parking spaces that we're going to take out. So I think we've got to think it through a little bit, and I don't think we have done that yet. I'm not sure that parklets are really the way to go because it just changes the entire look of the downtown. I think there are streets that we could afford to narrow a bit. And the question is how much and where. And if it works, if it will work, and our engineers can figure out that it'll work, then maybe that's the way we can go and have more outdoor dining, but have it on the on what's now the sidewalk immediately next to that structure, and let them pay a fee for that to help pay for that cost of widening the sidewalk, and or funding a park. I don't think we have to fund a new parking district. We did have a parking district once upon a time, and as I recall, when we eliminated it, that's what helped fund the beginning of Main Street. So there's a lot of history in that downtown. Let's not make mistakes that we've made in the past, and let's learn from what mistakes we did make or what good things we did before. And I think this is a question that there is no yes or no answer to right now. But we need to know where the money's coming from, what it can be used for, and what we actually need and what the alternatives are that will satisfy as many people as we possibly can, including the residents. And that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, I have to really look to see how it's going to look. It's going to change the whole dynamics, or as far as the parklet program. Maybe if we decided to do some of the certain streets or even certain alleys near some of the restaurants, but we'd have to see how that actually looks. As far as the sidewalk cafes, I really like those, as long as it's all going through staff and getting properly done with the EDA and requirements. So I'm okay with the sidewalk cafes to help the restaurants. I think it looks nice, the outdoor experience. But I'm not sure on the parklet long-term wise. I think we'd have to, I would like to see that how many are actually going to want to pay, or what the fee is, and how many businesses are going to want to do that, and how it's going to look for our downtown. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, still gone.
Still gone.
Yeah.
Nobody invited him back in yet, huh?
No, well, he can't vote on this one.
I know. I'm just making light. John, you're up.
Thank you. So let's kind of go over the recommendations here in line. Again, as far as the near-term temporary parking for a parklet program, I don't support it more than November 1st. I want to make sure that if we're going to keep these a little longer as in a temporary program, that we will be cleaned up and done by the time we start doing our holiday programs. The walk downtown, elegant evening, all that kind of a thing. I'm sure we're going to want to do that again this year. It's been something that I've always looked forward to, and I think many, many people do. But I think, again, at this point, we want our streets back. We want our parking back. We want our sidewalks back. So I would recommend to staff to bring back a program here that we would basically say, end the temporary parklet November 1st. Item B on that, where, again, they want more money to rent, again, more K-rails. Again, guys, I just calculated $8,100 a month times 12. We probably will come close to spending here $97,200. We could have bought those for $56,000 in the beginning of this program. And I don't know why staff did not follow through with our recommendation. We talked about it. I'm a little upset about that. So I would definitely not authorize anything other than using these funds to purchase these K-rails. Again, we're going to use them in the future. We are a tourist community, and we could actually even make a program maybe through some of the summer months when it's really cool to have outside dining on the streets, expanding, in other words, the number of tables. Maybe we can do this again, put these or these K-rails out where we could do parklets during certain times of the year where it's really nice, maybe for a week or two or weekend or something. a lot of the restaurants have already purchased all their tables and things that they've had to buy. They're probably going to store them, and they can pull them out again for special events. K-rails would be available through the city. We can make this happen. So that would definitely be my recommendation, to purchase K-rails. Number 2, long-term downtown outdoor dining program. I do not support long-term parklets on the street. Again, I think I stated earlier that our parking is parking for cars and people getting downtown. I had too many people comment on this to me that they don't like it. They, again, I was explaining that, during this time we were trying to keep our restaurants going, and they certainly agreed with me that, on a temporary basis, that would be fine, but not a permanent basis. So I would not move forward on item 2 at all. Item 3, fenced downtown sidewalk cafes. Certainly, I think, again, we should have a policy, a formal policy with regard to design standards and where they can be put. Again, where we have the room and where we can still have pedestrian traffic going alongside. I don't have a problem with them. I think, again, they lend a different air to our downtown when we do that. And again, times are changing. We need outside spacing for people for years to come. So I think that is a proactive kind of a policy that a council can do with our community development to allow this to happen where it can be done. So I think that pretty much covers staff's needs there, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly ready to talk to anything further.
Thank you. Just a couple of thoughts from me and a question. The question of rental versus purchase of the K-rails, if staff could, I think Councilman Strong had an interesting point about the reimbursement sources for this. Since these K-rails were initiated because of the pandemic, I'm assuming that, we were anticipating some sort of federal aid, and now we're seeing it probably coming down the road. I'm assuming that rental or purchase, either one would be legitimate expenses as a pandemic recovery issue. Is that reasonable?
So, Mr. Mayor, thanks for asking the question. Several comments have been made that aren't accurate. The council did discuss the rent versus buy decision, and we put a lot of effort into looking at the various options, and we ended up buying some of the K-rails. Mm-hmm. It's not a straightforward calculation because the actual price of either renting or purchasing the K-rails is not as significant as the cost of filling them, unfilling them, every time they have to be moved. We did poll the Recreation Department, Police Department, and Fire Department, and they uniformly said they had no future use for any public safety or recreational type activity other than parklets. And so under the CARES Act funding, we were able to do a mixture of renting and buying K-rails for appropriate term. We obviously, no way we could anticipate how long we would need the K-rails back then. The relief bill just approved by the federal government appears, although clearly some of the restrictions and provisions are still opaque or haven't been released, it appears they can in fact pay for rental, maybe not purchase, don't know for sure yet. But it's also true that the act does reimburse restaurants for their expenses. So and we just learned this today, so it couldn't have been included in Warren's analysis that went on to you last Friday. The restaurants could either rent or buy the K-rails going forward, and they could be recouped by the federal government. So it's a complex analysis, and we're trying to stay on top of it. But we certainly do agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that the source of funding is part of the analysis.
Okay, and then so here's where I stand. I think the near-term policy is fine. I think Councilman Hammond's point about an earlier dates, possibly in November, to accommodate local holiday activities is probably a good idea. It's probably going to be cold. It's probably not going to be as attractive a venue at that time of year as it is other times of the year. And I really have no problem with 1B either. So with the dates changed a little bit. On the long-term downtown outdoor dining program, the long-term parklet program, I really think that this issue is not ripened to the point where we can take an issue forward. In fact, I kind of agree a little bit with what Sally said tonight. I'd like to see a public survey maybe put on our website, maybe distributed through the library or something like that, just inviting people to comment on the pluses and minuses of the strategies of downtown outdoor dining that we've had to initiate over the last year to try to protect our restaurants and see what the community temperature is like. I wouldn't mind hearing that at all. And I'm kind of leaning towards the idea of a seasonal outdoor dining program where we don't expect people to go through the expense of designs and high fees and permanent construction, but instead, during the warmer months of the year, we are able to glean the benefits that we've seen over the last year with outdoor dining, while at the same time not making a permanent impact on parking. I think there's a middle ground there. So in item 2, I would say we need to get a little bit more information, a little bit more public input, and sort of kick this around a little bit further before we start taking direction on it. And on item 3, fenced downtown sidewalk cafes, I think that horse is out of the barn. We've already started down that trail, and I think it's time to come back and establish some formal policies and standards. So those are my positions. Open to further comments, potential motions, Mr. Strong?
I don't think we need a motion, do we? Isn't this just a direction to staff?
Yeah, I think you're right there. It says direct staff to return, direct staff to return, direct staff to return. So there are recommendations here.
Okay, and I think you synopsized it very well as to where the bulk of us are. That we're not looking to take up those parking spaces forever. They may be necessary right now just for those businesses to survive. But once this pandemic is over, we go back to some normalcy. They aren't necessary. Some of the sidewalk dining, possibly, that is attractive. It is a change in just the way people want to do things. So I'm good with what you're suggesting, and mostly with what John's suggesting.
Yeah.
You do have to look at the funding sources, though, to see what's it going to cost and who is it going to pay for it.
Right. So if I may be so bold, I will try a motion on this. I'm going to, on recommendation 1, make a motion that we direct staff to return with a resolution to extend temporary outdoor dining program to November 1st.
Second that.
Okay, I've got a motion from myself, one from Mr. Hammond. Any further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, could I say, why don't we do it to 30 days after the end of, after we are declared green? In other words, doesn't it all depend upon the pandemic?
No, wait.
So let me comment on that. And I hear what you're saying, Fred. And what I'm looking for is a compromise here that will accomplish several ends. And as I said, I think during that time of the year, we will not that negatively impact businesses because of a lack of outdoor dining. And by the time the weather warms up again, hopefully we will be out of restrictions altogether. So I see it as a compromise. I see your point, but I see it as a compromise.
Yeah, I
guess we can change it after the holidays are over and after we start getting back to warm weather, if we're still in the pandemic.
Right. So what we'll do is, I'm going to get to that in just a second, but you're right, what you're saying. Any further comment on the motion?
Other than I like a date certain, November 1st would be good, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I stated. Yeah, November 1st. Okay, so if there's no further comment on the motion and there's nobody on staff going crazy because we're doing something illegal, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Martin.
Mayor Martin.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Hammond, Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Gregory has recused himself. The motion passes 4-0 with 1 recusal, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Item 1 sub 2. direct staff with funding authorization, and this amount will change, I assume, that if we're only going to November 1st, to continue to rent the K-rails until November the 1st, repurposing savings from the propane assistance program so that no new funds would need to be appropriated.
Mr. Mayor, could I suggest a slight amendment to that before you finalize that motion?
Sure.
So I would suggest we return, you direct us to advance the analysis and extend the analysis on rent versus buy, and just through October 31st, November 1st, whatever date.
Right.
But that it would accommodate up to 3 potential new requests, and we return to you with that analysis so you understand our rationale and ensure you agree.
Okay, so I'm sorry you lost me on the 3 potential alternatives. What was that?
If you look at the last clause in that motion, I apologize.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, okay. So the motion will be to reevaluate rent versus buy, exercise the most cost-efficient alternative for K-rails through November 1st.
Second for discussion.
Motion by the mayor, second by Councilman Hammond. Discussion, Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, Tom, do you have any kind of rough numbers what we really have spent? I mean, so far, Warren mentioned $8,100 a month, but you also mentioned that we had bought some too. So that probably wasn't exactly accurate. Do you really know what we expended? And I believe you told us originally that these were going to be covered through the CARES Act.
Yes, in fact, the rentals were. I'd have to check with Mr. Cornell as to whether the ones we purchased were also covered by the CARES Act. But as I indicated, there are optional funding sources going forward, which we would also pursue.
Okay. Again, the bottom line is to do it the most economical way, but yet still have some materials for future use. That's really, I think, the best way to move forward. But maybe, again, when your analysis, you can bring us back, we can talk to that further.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
and Councilmember Gregory is recused on this item.
Very good. Motion passes 4-0 with 1 recusal. So moving on, item number 2, long-term downtown outdoor dining program. I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to bring us alternatives between long-term downtown and seasonal downtown parklet programs so that we can see the pluses and minuses for both before we take that any further.
I'll second that for discussion too.
Thank you. Motion by the mayor, second by Mr. Hammond. Discussion, Mr. Hammond?
So the seasonal, are you thinking like to take advantage of high times, so to speak, where we can pack the downtown with more people, maybe then, kind of run over the edge of the curb into the street for maybe a week or so? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
And I think that's part of what I want to talk about. I'm not sure what those limits will be, but I can certainly see from the experience that we've had in the last year that particularly during the warm months, outside dining is very popular downtown. So seasonal might just be the summer months, but that's part of the analysis that I want to talk about. What's the optimum way to look at that?
I agree. I think we should explore that. That would be an option that I could support. Yeah.
Any further discussion on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Strong.
I'd like staff to look at it from a number of points of view too. And that is this going to be long-term use? Is it going to be very short-term use? And how do we accommodate the parking? If we're doing it to attract more people downtown, how do they get there and how do they stay there? Also, if it's post-pandemic and all of a sudden we have all of our programs back in the park that we had, we won't have those picnic tables there. So we'll lose all of that dining area.
Yeah.
So I think all of those things have to be looked at in this report.
I agree, and that's the reason I think it's premature to just exercise the option given to us tonight. I think we've got a lot of angles to consider on this. Further discussion on the motion, anyone?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is the city manager.
Mr. Fritchie.
I believe that Warren's typical use of the word stakeholder includes all members of our public businesses in the downtown, others, as well as residents. So we will make sure to reinforce that with special outreach to residents.
Excellent. Appreciate that greatly. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
and Councilmember Gregory is recused on this item.
Motion passes 4-0 with one recusal. Item number 3, fenced downtown sidewalk cafes. I am satisfied with this. I would move to direct staff to return with formal policies and standards.
Second.
I have a motion, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
and Councilmember Gregory is still recused.
Thank you. Passes 4-0 with one recusal. We're going to take a moment so Mr. Gregory can be invited back into the room.
Mayor Martin,
Yes.
are we going to be moving on to item 16?
Yes, we are.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and let you know I'm going to recuse myself. Looking at this item for potential conflict of interest because of Hammond Overhead Door, which is now owned by my son, did the overhead door glass doors there at the Sandbox project. And recently I learned that our son hasn't been paid completely for that project. A potential conflict exists between Hammond Overhead Door because it is a source of income for me now.
Right.
So before I will recuse myself, if you would then just give me a holler back whenever you're going on. I'll be back online whenever you need me.
Will do. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Is Steve back?
I'm here.
Mr. Gregory, welcome home.
I'm so
We
happy
missed
to be here. So happy.
I called your name twice and you weren't there. Okay, we are moving now to item number 16, the amended sublease and loan agreement for the Business Success Center at 1345 Park Street. Councilman Hammond has recused himself for potential conflict of interest, so we are down to 4 council members again. He has left the electronic room and will be called back when we're finished with this issue. So if we could have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the council remembers, this item came to you on February 16th, and you requested that it be brought back. Next slide, please. Just a brief background. Business development, especially working with new and small businesses in our entrepreneurial community, is a key component of our economic development program. It's designed to diversify our economy so we are not so reliant on tourism and wine. The Business Success Center was a program developed in 2018, and after several months of work, the proposal was brought to you in early 2019, and the council acted upon that to provide services to small businesses and startup businesses. And we model it after several successful ventures, including one in Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. There are a variety of core services to be offered by the Business Success Center, and they're listed there. It is not just a co-working space. There are a mixture of events and trainings and meetings and office accommodations designed to facilitate the work of startups and small businesses, as well as to provide networking and training for those businesses to become more successful. Some of the training would be conducted by SBDC and others to offer skills and consulting that's not available to the typical small business. Next slide, please. As you remember, we finally located the appropriate facility at 1345 Park Street. The city leased the facility, and the lease, which is important for later parts of this discussion, is for 4 years with 2 4-year options. We then subleased the space to the Sandbox LLC with Kyle Ashby as the founder and CEO, and we tailored the sublease to match the lease. The one thing we couldn't plan on, the one thing we couldn't foresee is right at the point at which the tenant improvements were scheduled to be worked on and completed so that Sandbox could open was the start of the pandemic. So unfortunately, Sandbox has not been eligible up to this point for any assistance program, either state or federal level, because there were no revenues to be counted previously and compared against. And so the council probably knows that the Recovery and Response Act, just approved by the federal government, once again says, well, if you had revenues in 2019 and 2020, we'll compare those with your revenues in 2021 and make you whole. Unfortunately, Sandbox Paso Robles had no such revenues to be compared with. Next slide, please. The program designed by the city and agreed to by Sandbox was for a $399,000 loan for a 10-year period with 3% interest, which was less than was available from other sources at that point. And the council agreed to not require the repayment of $99,000 out of that loan. Those would be dedicated to TIs, and the TIs would revert to the city if there were any problems and the business did not continue. In June 2020, by informal action, the city extended the lease and waived the rent for the first 4 months based on the pandemic and the inability under the governor's roadmap and other restrictions for Sandbox to open to any customers or tenants at that point. Finally, the Sandbox is now able to reopen now that we've moved to the red tier and are looking forward to moving to the orange tier and the yellow tier within the near future. Not all activities, however, can be undertaken, so Sandbox can be open for offices, private offices, but can't be open for either conference room meetings or for the events, including the trainings that are a major source of revenue for Sandbox. Because Sandbox was not able to be open, we have foregone up till this point $64,000 in rent and $20,000 in loan payments. We are not unlike other landlords who had to reduce rent and otherwise defer payments based on the difficulties their businesses, their tenants were facing given the pandemic. Next slide, please. So over the last few months in working with Sandbox, we've developed a series of principles that we agree make sense for both of us. Clearly, the city is and has been a key partner in the concept of the Business Success Center. We view Sandbox as not only our vendor, but our partner in that effort. Sandbox was finally able to open March 1st and has done so without extensive marketing. Word of mouth and just people walking by have engendered lots of interest, and so there are tenants already. We agree that in the future we can continue to assist Sandbox through marketing efforts, finding volunteer staff, and we've also requested, and Mr. Ashby has agreed to merge the two Sandboxes, Sandbox Santa Barbara and Sandbox Paso Robles. Next slide, please. So on February 16th, when you consider this item for the first time since the pandemic, in an open council session, you directed us to come back to you after conducting 3 additional efforts. The first was you wanted to see the pro forma and business plan in depth, to the revised pro forma going forward, to see what impacts the pandemic have on the long-term viability of the business and any adjustments in the business plan because of the pandemic. Second, you want to have us explore with Mr. Ashby options for paying the city back through cash and in-kind services. And some of those in-kind services might be offered to the city, but clearly the vast majority will be offered to the community for the rent that we still cannot collect from Mr. Ashby going forward, because he's just been able to open in March, and it's going to take many months for the governor's roadmap to allow full occupancy and full set of activities. And then third, you directed us to look at what we could do in cooperation with Mr. Ashby to extend the term of Sandbox's occupancy of the facility, to allow a greater period of time for the city to be paid back, or potentially a balloon payment at the end of the term, either the existing term or an extended term. Next slide, please. So the council has had the opportunity to review the pro forma. That is not a public document. It is a confidential private document, Mr. Ashby's. Council was able to review it, but not retain it. So it is in his possession. He owns that document and the expertise it demonstrates. We did look and have come back to you with proposals, which we'll talk about in a minute, for increasing the payback, for restructuring the loan, and for, thanks to Mr. Ashby's offers, providing extensive in-kind services to the city and to the community. And we also looked at extending the term to the extent that's available under the master lease. So the master lease is a 4-year lease with 2 4-year options, which means, for example, that the loan now, which currently has a 10-year term, could be extended to a 12-year term, which would match the master lease term plus options. So we have looked at those kinds of improvements to respond to the council's request, and are coming back to you with proposals in each of those areas. Next slide, please. So what you see here is the start of the 3-page recitation of the proposed amendments. And it's important to know that Mr. Ashby has not agreed to all of these. We certainly worked with Mr. Ashby, but this is a difficult process. He has, over the last 12, 14 months, expended considerable effort, considerable personal finances, and not been able to charge a dime of rent or receive any income until just 2 weeks ago on March 1st. So some of these are trying to accomplish the council's goals. Some of these Mr. Ashby is able to work with us to achieve. Some of these he just feels he cannot accommodate, and he'll talk to you about those in his presentation as soon as I am done. So what you see here on this page is starting to divide up the future months into segments that allow, as the business is able to attract more tenants and hopefully the county move into the orange and yellow tiers, undertake more activities, a stepping stone of increase in lease payments to the city. It's a little bit complex, which is part of the challenge. So, for example, if you look at the second box from the top, it talks about the period from March 1st to August 31st of this year. And what that text is really saying is that we are requesting that Sandbox pay us 25% of the rent that we would otherwise be due. And just so everybody knows, the original agreement had the rent payments exactly match what our rent payments are to the property owner. But in this case, we're saying that the rent would be 25% of Sandbox gross revenues, or 25% of the rent we're required to pay the landlord it would never be less than 25% of the rent we must pay the landlord, but it could be greater than that if the business expands relatively rapidly. And that's an intent to ensure the city receives a certain amount of our payments, but to the extent the business is more successful, we share in that success with Mr. Ashby. And that's particularly a challenging for him in the near term, because and now that he's open, he's very much in the red each month, as he was even before it opened, until he gets enough tenants. So that's part of what he may talk to you about in his presentation. But you can see that regardless of which of those two variations governs, the rent he would pay to us each month during that period would not be less than $1,681 per month. Then the stepping stone process continues for the next period, which is September 1st to November 30th. Still the same kind of either or, which but no less than 50% of our lease payments. And next slide, please. And then from December 1st to May 31st of 2022, another stepping stone increase. And finally, in June 1st, 2022, that the last stepping stone increase, it would match our rent payments to the owner. It also provides the option, if Sandbox is so successful that 50% of Sandbox gross revenues is greater than that amount, the city would receive the 50% of Sandbox gross revenues as a way of starting to pay us back for the money that we are not receiving from this point forward. This has nothing to do with the money we didn't receive up till March 1st. It's all prospective. Next slide, please. Then on this page at the top, we talk about the loan repayment schedule. And what this essentially does is two things. First, the original agreement interest rate for the loan was set at 3%, which was less than could have been obtained on the open market, but still greater than we earn on our investment pool. What we're saying at this point is, given the financial difficulties the pandemic has caused, we're willing to reduce the rent to 1%. That's still more than our earnings through LAIF, the Local Agency Investment Foundation. So the city is not losing a dime by investing in Sandbox as opposed to investing it in LAIF. But that does free up $32,000 that would otherwise have been paid in loan interest payments per year that then is available to make the lease payments. So we believe on benefit, the city still has its loan protected, but it increases Mr. Ashby's ability to pay us back on the lease. And what we're saying is that even though loan payments haven't been made till now, there's no late fees, there's no back payments, there's no other penalties due, there's no default, because we are extending the term of the loan to ensure there's still 10 years going forward at which the loan could be repaid. And then finally, in the last box on that page are some additional terms and conditions. It's important that everybody's aware Sandbox retains the ability to sublease space. That's important. That the city will assist Sandbox in promotions and marketing. We have lots of capabilities in that area. And in addition, even though it looks trivial, it's not, that we're proposing changing the date at which Mr. Ashby and Sandbox pay us rent each month. It's still payment due on the 1st, but the grace period would not be 5 days, it'd be 15 days, so that rent can be paid as late as the 15th without being late. And that's because many of Mr. Ashby's tenants will not necessarily pay by the 5th. And so just because cash flow for an expanding business is what often kills a business, we want to make sure that Mr. Ashby can manage the cash flow and receive his rents before he's required to pay us the rent he owes us. Next page. So what's the source of funds that the city has been using to invest in the Business Success Center and what's the source of funds going forward. So there are three options. Let me talk about the general fund first. The general fund would be the default if no other source of funds is available. As you know, the general fund has many demands on it, but it's also the most versatile and flexible fund we have. And the general fund can also front money that then get repaid back, and frequently we do that. We also pay the general fund back in interest, so it's kept whole. The second option is the Senate Bill 1090 funds that we received thanks to the city's efforts in negotiating with PG&E over the closure of Diablo Canyon. So we received a total of $1.3 million in SB 1090 funds. We have expended $682,000 to date. That was primarily for the economic development efforts that we pioneered with the Chamber for 3 years, and then that we brought in-house this past July 1. That leaves $618,000 that will be remaining at the end of this fiscal year. At the moment, we have booked the $399,500 loan out of SB 1090 funds, of which $99,000 is likely to be forgiven, and that $300,000 then would be repaid over the next 10 years. That does not have to be there. The loan amount could come out of the general fund. Those are certainly a variety of options, but that leaves $220,000 remaining, and we have foregone rent of $68,000 as of the end of February 2021. And we project, even with this step function increase in lease payments, that at least temporarily, the city will not be paid $48,000 that we would have otherwise been paid. But it's because of those options that in each pay period that potentially we can make some of that back, and eventually, assuming the success of Business Success Center and Sandbox, get it all paid back through the 12 years of the business under current lease terms. Then the final of the three potential sources is the 2021 Response and Relief Act that was just signed into law. And although the U.S. Treasury Department is still reviewing it and has been given 30 days to review, it would appear, as best we can tell, that the city will receive $6 million in that funding. The primary purpose of that funding to be to help make the city whole for revenues lost during the pandemic. There are 21 state attorney generals who are now threatening to sue the federal government over that provision. We have to be very careful what commitments we make, but we are still hopeful that that money will be available to us. Clearly, although we have not read the fine print, no one has, it hasn't been available. We are very hopeful that one of the potential uses for that money would be to make up for the city's loss of revenue during the pandemic from the Business Success Center. But that is by no means certain at this point. There may be other opportunities we could do that would be, an equivalent somewhere else that would reduce expenditures from SP 1090 or expenditures from the general fund. So we clearly have the ability to mix and match to try to ensure we have the appropriate uses for the funds. Next slide, please. So what we're recommending tonight, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, is that you authorize me to execute the amendments to the loan and sublease agreements that were included in your packet and slightly amended in the addendum that came out today. There were several inconsistencies and refinements we needed to make, so that was part of your addendum today. And then we're also asking you to authorize the city manager and city attorney to make any minor changes either now or in the near future, as long as those changes are fully consistent with council intent, to take advantage of and reflect things that we continue to learn, for example, about the use of the 2021 Response and Recovery Act funds. And with that, Mr. Mayor, available for any questions.
Thank you. May we hear from Mr. Ashby before we go to council questions?
Absolutely. Mr. Ashby is on the line.
Hi there. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, Mr. Mayor and council members and City Manager. And I also appreciate the efforts put forth by Mr. Frucci and the city team to work through what's been, a very challenging time for the Sandbox and also for every single business around this city and any city in the state of California. I do have a presentation that was provided. Would love to walk through a couple points in that presentation if possible.
Yeah, Kyle, just give us a minute to bring it up if you would.
And just to clarify, one of Tom's points is the two LLCs in Santa Barbara and in Paso Robles haven't merged. What's normal in this industry is each one runs as a separate LLC. But now as the sole owner of both properties, I'm able to use the Sandbox brand in both situations, which I think is going to benefit both locations immensely in that members here can have the opportunity to work in Santa Barbara. Members in Santa Barbara can also have the opportunity to work in Paso Robles and come to Paso Robles for the weekend, long week, whatever they may be doing in the future when we can travel a little more freely. And I think it'll be a great option for everybody involved to have sort of connectivity up and down the Central Coast. So as Tom had mentioned, we are open. We started right when we hit the red tier and very interestingly had people show up that were really from nowhere. And I'll talk a little bit about that in the future. Most of them very new to Paso Robles. And again, I'll talk to that a little bit in the future, but everyone, you can find us at sandboxpaso.com. I'm here most of the week and we have a great team of two others here when I'm not here. We're open for tours, come by, say hi, and take a walk through and you'll kind of get an understanding for what this business is, what it will bring for local businesses, local remote workers, nonprofits, anyone that needs a space to connect in the future when we can. And for now, find a good, quiet space to work with really great Wi-Fi and maybe a break from the kids and barking dogs. Next slide. Typically, when we launch big with events all week long, activities, startup events, startup pitch nights, movie events, and I get a chance to introduce myself to all these people. It is absolutely killing me that I haven't had that chance in Paso Robles to do that. I am the husband of a Paso Roblan. That's my wife, Janelle, there on the right-hand side, Paso Robles Bearcat, true and long and true, and my daughter, Caitlin. I grew up in Goleta and traveled. My father was a French professor who, very similarly to Janelle's father, who was a rancher going way, way back. My father left orchard life in Michigan and as a French professor to come to UCSB to teach and has sworn he will never go back to the snow. So I grew up sort of with the same values that my wife did, small community, working really hard. She's a teacher. My parents are both teachers. I've taught. What I've taught is business, and that's why I'm here doing this, doing the Sandbox and moving this venture forward. Next slide, please. I just wanted to provide, there's been a lot of recent discussion around this project, understood by me and by everyone in the community, but I just want to bring a little history to the project because I wasn't involved from the beginning. The city's got a whole new set of leaders in place, and I know there's some new members of the Paso Robles community and more coming every day due to this crazy pandemic, putting people in beautiful places like this. I just wanted to make it clear that this project started in 2018 with the city of Paso Robles wanting to create a downtown business center. They did tons of surveys. They talked to the public. In March 2019, the city received estimates to build a space like this. These estimates included multiple bids for $550,000 plus for construction alone. And a total estimate for the project was projected at $915,000. There's a table on the next slide showing how that all broke down. When this was brought to me, I said, wow, That's a lot of money. We did our space in Santa Barbara for about $250,000. We continue to add to that as revenue comes in. But what that included was a lot of sweat equity from myself and my founder originally in the Sandbox, Mark, who's now gone on to work and do the same thing with Patagonia. Next slide. So I was approached by the city in April of 2019. Thought a lot about this, thought a lot about the 3 first tenants that were originally going to be part of the space, the Chamber of Commerce, the Wine Country Alliance, and Visit Paso. I agreed to move forward, and these terms were put together that Tom had mentioned, $399,500 loan, with some of that being forgivable. Knowing that I was going in to save the city over $500,000 on this project. And what that meant to me was a lot of hard work and sweat equity, because I knew how to build this project, and Mark and I built the Sandbox by hand ourselves from the ground up. And I knew that this was also going to take my money, my resources, and my time to get done. And with COVID, it sure did. It took a lot more of my time, my money, and my resources, particularly when things like wood, cedar, which we use often, went 3 times, 4 times, 5 times the market price when we're trying to finish up this project to get ready for launch during COVID. Unfortunately, the project moved along, and the tenants found other spaces to rent because they were in quick need to resume leases in their current space. So I went into this project without tenants and thought with the growth in Paso that this would be a great place to be and that we could make this happen. Next slide. So now we're talking about rent. We're talking about something that every single brick and mortar business is talking about with their landlords. Luckily in Santa Barbara, I have an amazing landlord, owns the building and owns the furniture stores inside of it. He's been in my shoes many times before. He knows that what we bring to his business is a steady stream of people every day coming by and looking at his furniture, walking through, bringing their parents through, referring people to his business. Similarly, that's what will happen in the downtown area. So why am I doing this? I've asked myself this lots of times, particularly in this last year of COVID, when I had crew members get sick and we all thought we had COVID. February, we did all have COVID. This whole time I built this project literally by myself, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, would go home and run a business, spend some time with family on Sunday and run my business in Santa Barbara Monday and Tuesday. So why am I doing this? Next slide, please. Like I said, I'm a teacher. I love to teach people business. Personally, that's my goal. My wife's family has been in Paso Robles for over 100 years. The school out on Creston Road was my father-in-law's school and his parents' school and his grandparents' school before that. It's not there anymore. One of the first settling families of Paso Robles. Prior to this project, when I was in Paso Robles, I looked towards the future here, supporting my in-laws, supporting my wife, wanting to all come back here and spend more time and be here more frequently. But my challenge was there wasn't a great place to work. There wasn't great Wi-Fi in the areas where they lived and the areas that we were spending time. There also wasn't a challenge or wasn't an opportunity to connect with the business community. And that's what really drove me to be a part of this project. And with the city's interest in building new economic vitality, it all seemed to line up correctly. I also saw a need for a space to house entrepreneurial programs that I've been doing with Techstars and Startup Weekend and UCSB and City College and Santa Barbara and Cal Poly for the last 10 or 15 years. I've run programs in San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and multiple cities throughout the world. The last being right before the pandemic. In November, I had the opportunity to run a program with the Music Tech Incubator in Trinidad and Tobago. The Paso Robles location really also was interesting to me to be able to expand the network and offer opportunities for some of the companies in Santa Barbara and some of the companies that I work with in between in Santa Maria. The ability to connect with new networks and maybe find some opportunity, from Paso Robles all the way down to Santa Barbara through the Sandbox and through our networks. Next slide. So the reality of co-working operators and accelerator operators is these spaces aren't a large moneymaker for the owners. We do it because we love doing this. We do it because we love building community, and we love building opportunity for individuals. I've shared my pro forma. I'm not proud of it. It's almost embarrassing. These spaces do provide an opportunity for the community to get involved in other ventures. That includes me. I'd love to get involved in some ventures here in Paso Robles. This sometimes, like I said, includes owners of the operators and accelerators and their network and their funding network and their networks to help build opportunity. They also allow individuals that are in the space to build the career they want by exposing them to businesses and opportunities. This is why I'm doing this. 20 years ago, I had the opportunity as a freelancer. I got laid off from a job to go in and work in Santa Barbara's first shared workspace. And from there, I had opportunities for the rest of my career as a graphic designer to work for really any tech company I wanted to, because I had connected 20 some years ago, probably more than 20 years ago, to these early stage companies that are now the largest companies in Santa Barbara. So this is why I'm doing this for others in Paso Robles, and this is why I'm here. And I'm hoping also it will give my family, my wife, an opportunity to give back to Paso Robles for the near future. Next slide. So this is how we make money, and the little money that we make is we take a lease of the building like we've done here, and we lease out space. In order to have a successful business center, the core business value is leasing space and running events. And as Tom mentioned, events are up to 50% of our revenue in Santa Barbara, and most co-working spaces are built this way. They build a flexible space. The rent of our tenants pays the rent of the building, and anything on top of that pays for staff, pays for the owner, pays for cleaning, pays for utilities and internet. That's the way it is. That's the way every single co-working space runs. Then many of them are connected spaces with great networks and partners to facilitate programs and focus on new ideas and generate new ideas and help to accelerate them. This is what we do. We do it on a large scale outside of the sandbox and a pretty good size scale within the sandbox with current members that are there in Santa Barbara, and that's what we'll do here. It also gives us a chance to help streamline these new businesses, help connect them to resources, help connect them to capital, and help get them to be more successful. And this is where we excel. As I mentioned in the beginning of this, I grew up the son of two teachers. I'm married to a teacher. I love to share what I've learned, good or bad or ugly or failures and successes. It's all shareable experiences that you can pass on. And those are the experiences that entrepreneurs learn from the most. Next slide. So the result of these business centers means new businesses in the community, new jobs in the community, new future mentors for the next generation of future businesses. And this is a key point. If a city like Santa Barbara or Paso Robles wants to be sustainable, mentors need to succeed at some point, need to fail at some point, and need to be open to teaching the next generation so that we can all continue to have a very successful, very profitable and equitable community to all live in. Business centers also introduce new capital to the community, and individual members coming into a space introduce their own capital into the local business community. So there are a number of benefits for the local businesses. I loved hearing discussions of parklets and seating out front of businesses. We have sidewalk in front of our business. If any restaurant needs more space, feel free to reach out, because we've got a lot of sidewalk in front of our space that could be extra seating for anybody that would need it. It also gives opportunities for local businesses to promote their business in the revenue generating events and programs that we will run inside the space. Catering opportunities, sponsorship opportunities, bringing beer, wine, food to local events just brings another opportunity for local businesses to succeed. Next slide. So when we talked, I listened in as the council talked about, when we can get back to normal. I really think COVID vaccine for a co-working space and business success center and any office where there's a number of different households coming together to collaborate, the vaccine's obviously going to be the key. But second in line, it really depends on when kids get back to school so that parents can get back to work full time. Starting to happen, but we're not quite there yet, and we got summer coming. So that's why we looked at sort of an accelerated schedule of rent. Once these offices are opened and reopened, I think people will start to feel safe inside, and co-working and business success and incubation programs will start to grow, including our location here. There's some real key indicators, Australia being one of those countries that's handled the pandemic very well, where new venture acceleration, new business ideas, and co-working and business centers are all coming back at what's a rate that is greater than what was happening before COVID. In the meantime, we're, like we've mentioned, Sandbox is open. We're building community one person at a time right now. And what that looks like, if you go to the next slide, is a small handful of members. And like I mentioned at the beginning, 4 of those current members are new to the area. We've got a gentleman that's trying out cities for 4 months at a time with his wife. Seems to love Paso. Was very surprised that he went out for a evening jog and happened to run past a place where he could now move his business operations for the next 4 months, because he's just renting a small Airbnb for the next 4 months. There's an individual woman who works for probably one of the top 10 largest entertainers, and that entertainer's business properties. She's the head of culture. She's looking to pull out of her San Francisco lease and relocate to Paso Robles. There's also another gentleman who works for a glass bottling company who's been based in San Diego, Chicago, and all over the US, who's now landed here as well. It's a really unique story, and I think as we continue to be open, we and all of these restaurants and all these business owners will continue to hear the story. I've also talked to 2 other Bay Area tech employees that work for two of the largest tech firms and tech software as a service companies in the Bay. Right now, their employers are not letting them leave the house and not paying for them anything more than a salary to make their current apartments or homes be more office friendly. But every indication is that these companies will then push that budget to allow these employees to work within business centers and co-working spaces and actually fund that for these employees. And what that means for us and for everyone downtown is that these employees that are, living on salaries that most of us don't normally see, including myself, will have some fun money to spend in restaurants when they come to downtown to work at the Sandbox every day. So this means steady, reoccurring customers for restaurants and shops in the area. Next slide. And so this is the global work scenario. This left-handed post today showed up in my feed from a friend of mine who owns 4 co-working spaces in the Iowa, Des Moines area. This is the governor of Iowa promoting Iowa as the next best place to work. If you can work from anywhere, work from Iowa. What I want to see is people leaving the Bay and LA and Seattle and coming to the Central Coast and staying in Paso Robles and staying in all of these towns, Atascadero, wherever they want, staying on the beach and finding places to work like the Sandbox and finding amazing restaurants and amazing shops and no traffic and an easy walk from their new home somewhere in the downtown area, and not leave California and bring prosperity to these communities that we all love and have all been a part of for a long time. Next slide. So I think we need to all be focused on attracting these individuals. I want to thank the city for the first discussions I had that a co-working space was on the list with things like charging stations, better roads, and a lot more infrastructure to support a future where remote work is going to be even more and more popular, and people want to live in a community like Paso Robles where they can have a great time in a workspace and have a great time at night eating great food, drinking great wine, and having their family enjoy time in a park, at their school, and in the community. Next slide. So a big part of why I do this and a big part of why anybody does this is because it's a community. The Sandbox works really hard to build an entrepreneurial community that supports every type of entrepreneur, every age, every culture, all comes together to bring new ideas into the community and see which ones can make their way to be the next successful company. The Sandbox really is a community center. It is in Santa Barbara, it will be in Paso Robles, and it's a community effort to bring people in here, to introduce nonprofits to funders, to introduce businesses to funders. And you can learn a lot about where everybody sits in these type of ecosystems in these two great books. Brad Feld's initial book, Startup Communities, and this new book that came out, The Startup Community, written by Brad Feld and a gentleman named Ian Hathaway, who actually was born on the Central Coast and lives on the Central Coast now, and will be one of the first gentlemen I invite to come speak in the space. I would, if you're interested in learning more and learning why these type of business centers are successful and help build community and help build prosperity in a community, these are definitely worth the read. They're easy reads. You can find them online. Next slide. We have a number of partners ready to go. This includes, Cal Poly and the SBDC Center for Small Business and Innovation and Entrepreneurship and SLO. Digital West has already partnered up to provide some great internet connectivity. We've got long-time tech ventures and programs like Techstars, and then our 1% for the Planet Network. We're the only co-working space that's a 1% for the Planet member, and that gives us some great relations with some amazing companies. Next slide. And so part of the Sandbox's contract with the city is to provide resources, acceleration, and technical education to the Paso Robles community, and this is how we plan to do it. From really great connections at funders and nonprofit funders like the Kauffman Foundation that help co-fund programs in communities, to a long-term relationship with Techstars, who's based out of Boulder and runs accelerators and education programs, to two great coding academies that are now moved both online, but we'll go back to face-to-face as soon as COVID is over, Code Beetle and Code Fellows. Next slide. So what is sort of left out of any discussion we've ever had publicly about the Sandbox is over the last 4 years of events, we've raised about $120,000, probably a little bit more, a lot of it's cash, for nonprofits. And how do we do this? We run events. Most of these events are interesting films that we charge a door cover to come in. We find a nonprofit that wants to take advantage of the situation to shed some light on their initiative, and they and the Sandbox work to find some beer and wine sponsors, and they provide beer and wine to the audience. So the nonprofit walks away typically with 2 or 3 times the cash that anyone else involved receives that night, including us at Sandbox. So we've done this multiple times. A lot of times with the 1% for the Planet community, a lot of times with specifically women's programs in Santa Barbara, Women's Economic Ventures, the Women's Adventure Film Tour is another big one that provide an opportunity for nonprofits to raise some money, meet funders, and connect with the community. In addition, we've brought awareness in the Santa Barbara community and hope to do that here to some social and environmental issues. Next slide. So again, you can find us online. I would love to meet as many Paso Roblans in the next few months as possible, the next year, next 2 years, next 12 years. It's been really hard to do during COVID, but swing by and say hello. Again, we're working through the details on how we recoup this money, but I just wanted to provide a little insight onto what the value of a space like this is for the community of Paso. And take any questions that anybody had.
Very good. Thank you for all of that. I think it's great that the council sees this and the community watching can see this, because I know there is some question about what exactly is this. and you've given a very in-depth explanation of what it is. So I thank you for that. We're going to start with council questions. The usual procedure: we ask questions, then we go to the public, then we bring it back for our discussion. So we'll start with council questions with Mr. Strong, either of staff or of our applicant here.
Yes, and I have to say that Kyle Ashby just presented one of the best sales presentations that I've ever seen. Outstanding. My question, though, is to Tom Frucci, and that is, that's the source of the loan or loans, because I'm not sure if we differentiate the 99,000 from the other or not. But many of our citizens, our constituents, are concerned that their tax money might be being used by the city to fund a private enterprise. And actually, there are sources you mentioned that were mentioned where we are merely the agent for instance, PG&E or for the federal government in money that they provide. And so I'm wondering, the loans, are they the source of those loans PG&E money or federal money, or is it general fund money?
Councilmember Strong, through the mayor, at this point, Mr. Ryan has booked the loan, both the forgivable portion and the non-forgivable portion, from the SB 1090 money. That's the PG&E initiative money, not the general fund. Okay. And that money was specifically for this type of purpose, which is economic vitality to make up for the loss of jobs from PG&E's closing of Diablo Canyon. So that's an extremely appropriate use, and that relieves a lot of my angst. Thank you. That's
Thank
all
you.
the questions I have right now.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Well, with Kyle's great presentation, he answered a lot of my questions. I wanted, for the public to know his experience and his background, and he's done a great presentation by letting not only us, but the community hear more about Sandbox. We've all been talking about this. Some of us, I think, went to the Santa Barbara site as well. And I've done some research from other sandboxes or similar situations in other cities. But I'm just glad he did a great presentation, and that I hope a lot of people will see this on the YouTube site. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Sure, and I'm going to post this on the Sandbox website too, if anybody wants to take a peek.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, Kyle, I'd like to say thank you too for your presentation. I've had the pleasure of being there and seeing what you're doing, and a remarkable job on the facility. And I think it is exactly what the purpose of the funding was for, is for economic development for our city. Unfortunately, we have to fight the COVID results, and so that's why we're here, is to get a complete understanding of how this is going to work for everybody. So my question Kyle, my question, first of all, is apparently you started right off pretty good, getting some tenants coming in and selling some memberships, and you're starting to roll slowly but surely, right? So.
We ran one very inadequately funded Facebook ad, and that was all the effort that we put in. And these people simply found us online, or like I mentioned, jogging past the downtown area in their evening run, and jumped at the chance to start the next Monday in that Anthony's case. We've also just landed a company that's a part of the Hispanic Business Chamber, which came on reference. So happy to say that they're one of our office tenants as well as of this Monday, and just clean the place. So we've got some great tenants to start, and looking forward to actually promoting and reaching out through our network and through our email list and through social media, and hopefully when we can through things like chamber meetings and other places to talk to more people, and just introduce them to the location, the venue, and the services we're going to provide.
And then my next question would be directed towards Tom. So you did a pretty good layout of how it works. So the original process was to loan the funding to get Kyle's business off the ground. When we were get a steady income, the business is working, $99,000 will be forgiven, which was the intent of the loan. And then Kyle would proceed to go into long-term financing to pay that $300,000 loan off. And so my question is, and I could get into more detail later. I don't want to hold. I'd rather have the public comment, but I'd like to go into the what we're most concerned about, Tom, as me as a council person too, is that the city gets made whole in the process. And it sounds like we're working in that direction nicely, where we extend the loan a couple of years and we're able to get our funding back. Is that the way you've set this up, Tom, now, so that those agreements are in place, or would be in place if we go through with this approval tonight?
Yes, sir, in part. I don't see any way to recoup the lease payments that we did not receive in the first year. There was no revenue generated because Sandbox couldn't open, so there's no way we could get lease payments. Going forward, since Kyle's having to dig out of a hole, I think we have an opportunity as Sandbox becomes more successful to ensure that starting March 1st and thereafter, we are made whole. We won't be made whole immediately. It's going to take a while, but based on the plan we've presented, we can share in the success, and that's part of us being a partner with Sandbox. And as a result of the loan restructuring, that's a huge help as well. But I really don't see any way to recoup the $68,000 that we have not been able to be paid to date because there was no revenue to support it.
And then my next question would be of the funds coming from the federal government for COVID relief. Is that something could be used for the $68,000 we're not able to recover? What's the answer to that question?
So I think there's a possibility there. We just don't know at this point. But my larger point is that there have been so many areas where the community and the city has been hurt as a result of the pandemic. I think we may be able to find other opportunities to in essence, recoup other losses of the city to balance out this one. So even though this particular loss of rent may not qualify for federal funding, there are plenty of other opportunities. So I think we're in good shape from that perspective.
Okay, so we're looking at about a $68,000 write-off in addition to the $99,000 agreement at the beginning, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I'll hold back for public comment and other questions, and we'll discuss it later. Thank you. Thank you, Kyle, for your presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Very good. So let's go to public comment now. We have one person waiting in queue to speak, Dale Gustin. Dale, are you with us?
I am now, Dale Gustin, 945 Spring Street. This reminds me of another investment we made in Dave Wyrick at the airport. Why don't we cut our losses and buy out the lease and walk away from this? We're never going to get our money back on this one. I'm sorry. They got one of these out on Dry Creek Road, and he's barely getting by. And they got one in Atascadero, and they're barely getting by. And we just don't need one in Paso. It's not going to fly. But then again, I argued with the school board about the way they spent their money. And I'm not a teacher, but I proved to be right. And I'm not a city councilman. So take it for what it's worth. I told you so many a time, and you just never listen to me. Have at it, gentlemen.
Thank you. I have no one else in line to speak, so I'm going to close public comment.
Mayor
Yes.
Martin, excuse me.
Yes.
We do have one more caller calling in right now. It's Jan Albin.
Very good. We'll wait. Our next
hello.
speaker is Jan Albin. Welcome, Jan.
Thank you very much. I might have missed it. So in really simple terms, please talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Would you tell me a couple of things? Number one, how long does the city support this project before, if it's not profitable, before we actually pull the plug and say enough? And do we ever recoup our losses? That's actually the second question. The third question is, if this business does not succeed, and Kyle, in fact, pulls the business and goes back down to Santa Barbara or does whatever, what is our recourse for recouping what our investment has been? Because they are city taxpayer funds, and I think it's really important that the taxpayer knows how they will get made whole again. Thank you. I appreciate the information.
Thank you for calling. Is there anyone else signing in to speak?
No, sir.
Okay, we will close public comment, bring it back to the council. There are a couple of questions now. I think we've touched on these, but sometimes they slip through the cracks. So let's talk about Mr. Frucci. I'll hand this off to you. We're going along. What's the tripwire? What are the potential things that would cause us to say, okay, we're out, we're done, we're finished?
So there are a variety of tripwires. So both agreements have a default clause in them. So at any point the city feels like this is not going to be successful going forward, and let's say Mr. Ashby has not been able to make lease payments going forward or rent payments, we do have the ability to notify Mr. Ashby that he's in default. If he can't cure the default, then we have the ability, we're not required to, but we have the ability to void the agreements, in which case the property would revert to the city. Obviously, we don't want to do that, but certainly that is an option if things don't work out successfully. I would remind Ms. Alban that at this point, these are not city funds. This is money that was not paid by our taxpayers, but it's still money that we take very seriously and want to be effective stewards of.
Thank you. And the second question I also believe is answered, but please again, will we be able to recoup any losses that we've incurred to date?
So we believe strongly, based on the pro forma and the work Mr. Ashby has done, that starting March 1st forward, the city will become whole, not on day one, but certainly within several years and throughout the remainder of the term of the lease and the loan repayment terms. However, it is my belief that there is no effective way for the city to recoup the lease payments we did not get during the pandemic when Mr. Ashby could not open Sandbox here, just as many of our landlords had to cut the rents of their established tenants. So we have spoken to one landlord within the city who said he reduced his lease payments of his tenants to 20% of what they were paying before the pandemic started. And we have talked to a developer who we are working with right now, who has real estate holdings throughout the nation, who said the vast majority of their tenants, they cut back to 40%. So we know as a landlord, we will not necessarily be able to recoup the money that we were not able to make during the first 12 months of the pandemic.
So do you anticipate that we will be making application under the federal AIDS program, which we do not have the details of yet, to try to recoup that money, or is that truly beyond the scope of that financing?
No, I think there is a chance. I certainly don't think it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
But we will work with Mr. Ashby and potentially the businesses that are in the Sandbox. May be a city application, may be an application by Mr. Ashby. He has applied for other assistance funds, unfortunately not been successful to date because the fact he did not have any income in 2020 or 2019 here at the Sandbox Paso Robles.
Right. And the last question is, Mr. Ashby decides to abandon the project. What is our recourse at that point?
So at that point, the tenant improvements would revert to us, as well as our ability to operate the co-working space through another vendor. It'd probably be a different name unless Mr. Ashby was willing to let us assume the Sandbox name, but we certainly believe in the concept of the Business Success Center. We believe the money that we're investing, yes, we actually invested directly with Mr. Ashby, but because of the services he's providing and the opportunities providing, we're really investing in the small businesses and the others that take advantage of the services there. So these are a large number of Paso businesses that will be benefiting and in which we are investing.
But again, if he decides to abandon the project, would there be any effort to recoup any money advanced to him?
So, Kimberly?
I was just going to say so there are options with remedies with when you have a lease that is in default. As the manager noted, there are options with respect to the security for the loan and taking over the lease, the sublease. You can also sue for unpaid rent. Of course, you're left, in suing, you're left with the entity you've contracted with, and so it would depend on, what funds are available and imposing the late fees and penalties for anything that wasn't waived. As Mr. Frucci noted in walking through the deal points, you have sort of the proposal was a ratcheting up of the rents with a minimum payment, and then it will sort of depend on what happens with the revenues and if those may exceed or may not. Again, that's still going forward. So, your remedies are going to be left with what you've agreed to in the amendment as far as the amounts that you could try to seek.
Right. So what I'm hearing is most likely is all we would recover would be our assets in the deal.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's obviously hard to say, but
hard to say. As the answer to most legal questions is, it depends. But that for those of you who don't know, that is Kimberly Hood, who is our city attorney, weighing in with the legal opinion there. Okay, let's bring it back to the council now for council discussion, starting off with Mr. Strong.
Yes, and unfortunately, I think Jan Albin didn't hear me ask the same question that she asked, or didn't hear Tom's answer. So this is money that we got from a specific source for this purpose. So it's not any of our taxpayers' money, which relieves me tremendously because I was concerned about the same thing. And I trust the fact that this is going to be successful, despite what Dale Gustin said, in that I've seen the same thing in other places that are being very, very successful and are building entire new economies in the East Bay and in Santa Barbara County and other areas. So I believe he's going to be successful here, but I think it's going to take time because of the pandemic situation. And with that understanding, I'm very much willing to approve option 2 if somebody wants to make that motion, or if nobody else does, I'll make it.
Very good. Well, you're first in line then for motion making. Anything else, Fred?
No, that's it right now.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say that we have been seeking other avenues in our community for a while now and trying to figure out what other economic avenues we could bring to our community besides, like you always put it, we don't want to have all our eggs in one basket as far as wine and hospitality. And this is definitely something we've been seeking, and this is something that we have been talking about doing for several years. So with all the information we have from Kyle now, his performa and his presentation, I feel a lot better about it, and knowing also that the money did come from the Diablo Canyon. Those are also meetings that Tom and other city staff have been attending, and this is exactly what that money was intended for. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about Kyle's business box itself. I think it's a very successful idea. It's worked well in Santa Barbara, and I'm pretty certain I've been in business for myself for a long time. I'm pretty certain he's going to do very well with this. Unfortunately, the COVID thing came along and sort of knocked us all down. But I want to say this to the public that, the money, even if it doesn't come from the federal government, it doesn't matter. The money for COVID relief is really important here. There's a lot of programs now that are coming out that are paying people's rents for the last year to help because of the COVID losses. And this is a business that started at the wrong time. It was a timing issue. And the COVID relief is certainly something we can apply for. And I think that everything for certain this year, Kyle could get reimbursed for, which he can reimburse the city if he gets it. But one of the things that I'd advocate for, and I like this project myself, but I'd advocate that we help Kyle, he himself, and we go out for COVID relief on his loss of inability to pay the rent for the first year, because I believe that is specifically targeted losses that are because of COVID. And no different than a tenant person who couldn't pay their rent in a home or a business. It's the same thing. I think that they've done a good job in looking at his pro forma. We have a good shot at getting paid back most of the funds. But the COVID relief for that $68,000, I think, is where the nexus is, and I think that if we could apply for some of the COVID relief funds for that, or whatever's available through the state, we just try to do everything we can and try to get that money back to the city. I believe, and Tom, you can answer this question for me, even in the event that we don't get those funds back, Kyle has offered the Sandbox some of the activities there to give to the city or to the community, give back to the community, to have events there and ways to give funding back in a gift of, not a gift, but in an exchange of the loss of the funds and the use of the facility or the events or what have you. So I think, to me, I think I'm comfortable that there's enough there for this all to work out. I think Kyle's an earnest, good businessman. He is married to a Bearcat. He has a child, who's a Bearcat Jr., and he's invested in this community. He's not somebody coming here from out of the state or out of the area. He's been a successful business in Santa Barbara. He's going to make this work. I'm confident in that. And I think that we need to do as a council is take the leadership and look at ways to deal with the offsetting of the funds that he hasn't been able to pay for the last year. It has not been, it's nobody's fault. We've lost. I mean, all of us have lost money in this last year. I've lost close to that amount of money in all my activities and my rentals, and there's nothing you can do about it. You lose it. So I think the idea is to take a good process and business that's got a great concept and let it roll. He hasn't even advertised and he's getting people coming in. I mean, I referred 5 people to him already, and it's just something that needs to be here. People have been talking about it for a long time, and he's got a great product. So I would be in support of recommendation on option 2 also, but I would like to add the commentary that if there's COVID relief funds for the relief of that loss of rents, that Kyle and the city do everything we can to get that. If not, then we use the federal funds to offset it however we can. And I want to make it clear to the public, these are not general funds. And is that true, Tom? Correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And it seems like I'm taking people down memory lane again a lot tonight. A year ago, before COVID came along and shut everything down, the city of Paso Robles was on the cusp of enlarging the diversity of its job base. We were attracting tech interest. We were attracting types of things that we had not seen before in the city. And we were just getting ready to cross over that threshold into an area where we would have a diversified job base that was not solely dependent upon tourism and wine, but offered high-paying jobs to a broader variety of people and in a broader variety of fields. And then COVID came along and kicked us down with the rest of the world. And now we're at a point where we can come back. And one thing that you will learn from businesses who come out of a challenging era are successful when they reach for market share, when they reach out and they become aggressive. Businesses that pull their heads back in and wait for things to get better invariably shrink and lose market share. I want to get the city of Paso Robles back on the crest of this wave, where we're looking hopefully towards a future where we're going to have a variety of businesses. We're going to be able to have these people who want to have their perfect jobs and a perfect place to live, because they can have that in Paso Robles. And if we go forward with this, I want to put the governor of Iowa on notice. He's going to have some competition from the mayor of Paso Robles. So with that, Mr. Strong, I believe you had a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to say, before I make that motion, that this money, when it is repaid, is not money to go back into the general fund. It's money to be reused for a similar type of purpose to help build up the economy, because that was what the money came to us for. That's how it's to be used. So with that in mind, I move that we direct the city manager to execute amendments to the sublease and loan agreements for 1345 Park Street.
So I'll second that motion, but I want to add my little amendment about seeking funding for COVID relief on the loss of rents.
You okay with that, Fred?
That's fine. I'll accept that as an amendment.
I'm sorry, yes. Mayor Martin. I just wanted to clarify with that point on the amendment with respect to the COVID relief. So the idea would then be that we need to make a little bit of a change to the proposed sublease amendment and the loan amendment, that they would include the requirement that Mr. Ashby or the LLC pursue good faith efforts to recover COVID relief funds, and the city as well. You know, obviously the city will be too, but that be counted towards that go to the city for the rent forgiven. Is that the intent?
Yes. So
okay, thank you.
And then I'd like to make a comment. May I also do that after I second the motion? Is that okay, Steve?
So I have a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Gregory, and I want to ask Councilman Strong, I assume this also includes the second point regarding the authorization for city attorney and city manager?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Discussion on the motion, Mr. Gregory?
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
May I make a comment? I'm
Please.
Sorry to interrupt. I would just slightly disagree with the city attorney. It's going to depend on what kind of relief monies are available. The relief money may be available only for small businesses, in which case we'd go to Sandbox LLC. The relief money may be available to the city. It may be available to both of us. I think the intent of it is that we work collaboratively to seek the maximum amount of assistance and recovery of funds that both of us have expended and both of us would otherwise lose. And I don't think we should say any funds that are received go automatically to the city. That's not the spirit of partnership that I think we're in.
I would agree.
Can I make one comment?
Wait a second, I'm getting too many voices here. Maker of the motion, okay with that?
Yes.
Second?
Yes.
Mr. Ashby?
Kyle wants to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know if the city is aware of other businesses that are in the same situation, or if we can kind of put out a little general survey. Were there other businesses that were, like the Sandbox, not open, not generating revenue, but just about to open before COVID hit? I've been trying to find some and sort of put together maybe a little conglomerate to put some maybe pressure on the governor to say, hey, look, none of these businesses have succeeded in getting EDIL or PPP funds because they had no revenue to show, but they're in as desperate need of revenue, or sorry, as desperate need of relief than all these other businesses are, and are a big part of the business community in whatever community they may land in. I would guess there's a few more in the Paso Robles community. I can find some in the Santa Barbara community, but that might be a great effort that the city could back.
That's a good suggestion. I can bring it up with our state representatives.
Yes, and I would also say that the ones who are most interested in that is our federal representatives.
Yeah.
So don't neglect them.
So we can pursue it at that level. Not totally germane to this motion, but I appreciate the input. So we have a motion and a second. And we're clear on the meaning of that in the context of the city manager's comments regarding how we approach recouping of funds through assistance programs in a partnership-like fashion rather than directly to the city necessarily?
Yes. So, Steve, I have another comment too, please.
Yes.
So, Kyle, I'll refer you to the restaurant right across the street from you that just opened, is in that same boat you are.
Yeah.
So, and there's others.
Yeah.
But I did want to make another comment that's really important, and Steve, you touched on it, that this is an incubator for new businesses that create incredible results. So this is an incredible business opportunity for us. Everybody starts somewhere, and this is the place for businesses to start and foster their ideas. So the potential of landing those businesses is a very, very great and exciting part of this business. And I think it's a very Paso Robles thing to do, is to have that incubator feel so people can start up like this. So that's why I'm being supportive of this.
Very good. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye. Aye, sorry.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye.
And Councilmember Hammond is recused.
Motion passes 4-0 with one recusal. And could you please summon Mr. Hammond back into the room?
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
Councilmember Hammond, are you back in the meeting?
I see him. I just don't hear him.
Yeah, Steve, I'm back on. I'm not going to turn my camera on because I got my pajamas on, people.
Okay. Thank you for that public service.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we are now at item number 18, current council committee activities and reports. Mr. Strong.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the past 2 weeks have been very busy. It started with the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments meeting, which approved spending plans for the coming year and other longer range project plans. Paso Robles has a few on that list that also overlap with some we're requesting federal aid help for. And that was followed soon after by the 3 days of meetings with my National League of Cities Transportation Policy Committee leadership meeting, and never stopped. We did a lot of planning and made transportation policy advocacy decisions on Sunday after submitting our top local priorities. On Monday, we met with Vice President Kamala Harris, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and Dr. Rochelle Walensky. They all had great information and offered significant hope for the future. On Tuesday, we also heard from and engaged with Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Secretary of the Treasury Janet Yellen, and White House Climate Advisor Gina McCarthy. The orientation of this administration appears to be more local jurisdiction focused, and we received multiple assurances of direct funding assistance for local government with funds directly to local government instead of being sent to the states, but while being intended for us. Also on Monday, I met with the Main Street Board of Directors, who were very pleased to be entering the red tier. Downtown parking and parklets were major topics of discussion, as was funding for next year and going forward, as we heard tonight. The Library Board of Trustees meeting was also a very good one, which I believe Maria will report on more fully, and many great programs are planned there. The next day, I had the Board of Directors meeting of the California Council of Governments, where we responded to the California Mobile Source Strategy of the Air Resources Board. We are also working with various state agencies on SB 375 implementation. We will be supporting some legislation and will be opposing efforts to gut implementation of Senator Beal's SB 1, which is of great help to local government. We will be dealing more with housing going forward, although the California Department of Finance is only projecting a population increase in our state of 500 people in 2021. We'll also be supporting national efforts to change the way we fund the Highway Trust Fund. A statewide conference is planned for next week, Monday and Tuesday. The San Luis Obispo Council of Governments Executive Committee was held to approve the April agenda of the board meeting, which will also have a very brief Regional Transit Authority meeting in conjunction with the SLOCOG meeting in order to approve some necessary contracts. Now, SLOCOG also reacted to the 500 population increase projected for the state and stated that we are such a popular area that they don't think that we are going to be restricted anywhere near that we're going to grow. Other areas of the state may actually shrink, but we're expecting growth in our area. And finally, yesterday, the Pacific Surfliner Board of Directors met to approve our business plan for fiscal years 2021 to 2022 and 2022-2023. That plan had to be sent to the California State Transit Authority and Caltrans by April 1st for approval. The staff also reported on the progress made to build new layover facilities in San Luis Obispo to improve passenger train services in our area. Other than that, I've been attending our special meetings on city manager recruitment and appointment and engaging with our constituents whenever possible between meetings. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I did attend the library board meeting. They are they reported the projects that they're working on. They are getting ready for the next year. They're going to check in with their volunteers and see what capacity and how many volunteers will be able to come back. A lot of the library is also getting an update with the high school. Now that the high school kids are going back to school with the library cards, and a lot of programs moving forward. And that's all I have to report right now, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yes. Well, I've been a little busy this time. So I met with the Senior Citizens Advisory Council. I've been on that for a while and I missed a few, but we got a chance to catch up with them, and they're all learning how to meet as we are now in a Teams meeting, and they're coming along. They're moving right along with a lot of nice programs for this year. I also attended the a SLOCOG review of the next 5 to 10 years of the regional needs for the area, and I was able to express my opinion that they need to spend more money in Paso Robles, and not as a criticism, but as a fact. And we also had our first Housing Constraints and Opportunities Review and Commission meeting, and that was very revealing. And we had a big year last year, and we had discussions about rezoning some of the west side of Paso Robles to simplify housing needs, discussion on the ADUs and several very important issues. I really value that committee. They have been, as a group, it's been a wonderful committee, and we've achieved a lot of things. I also had the pleasure of meeting with John Pashong and Steve Martin on our Zoom meeting. And there we discussed a lot about the COVID and how our trending is doing very nicely. We also have the county is receiving quite a bit of funding from the federal government on this the relief bill. And we were discussing, and he asked for ideas for things that our community in Paso Robles and the general in the North County, Paso Robles, San Miguel, Crescent area, all these areas could use from some of that support money. And I've come up with some ideas like another potential, another ambulance maybe, and more officers, more sheriffs on the street for the surrounding communities in Paso area. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up and touch on is I got two questions, Tom, and one would be I'm getting lots of applications for the J20 advisory board. When will we be having that discussion as a council?
So the announcement has gone out requesting applications. At the close of the application period, we'll schedule council interviews. And the intent is to have a meeting as soon after April 1st as possible, with everyone recognizing we won't receive any revenues for probably a month or two after April 1st. So the meeting will be in plenty of time before any revenues are received.
Okay, and then I'm going to have to agree with several people tonight on the microphone. I think we need to have a town hall meeting, just another regular city council meeting, somehow, somewhere. So as we get into the lower tiers here and restart reopening City Hall, I'd really like to accommodate the public and all of ourselves with a meeting with everybody so we can see each other and talk. And I don't know about the 3-minute rule, and I don't think it's a good idea to change that, but if somebody has something special, they can ask for more time. But I think it's just good to meet. And I'd just like to say thank you to our staff, and I'm glad to see everything's happening in Paso Robles. I mean, we're recovering fast, and I'm very confident, very strong and bullish on Paso Robles roaring back out of the COVID times. And I appreciate everybody's work on the council and the staff and our community for being so supportive of all our businesses. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Gregory, through the mayor.
Yes, please.
Under the red tier, in-person council meetings are not allowed yet. So we will have to continue to monitor the changes to the tiers that the governor issues for his roadmap before we can have an in-person council meeting.
So is that the same in the next tier also?
I'll have to check to see whether orange tier would allow it or not, but it'll either be orange or yellow tier.
You know, you get to go to Disneyland. I don't know why we can't have a.
All right. Anything else, Steve?
No, that's it. Thank you.
We just came out of a pandemic. What are you going to do now? I'm going to Disneyland.
Hey, aren't we the local version?
I think so. Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Meetings were basically the Parking Commission, which we got into tonight, youth sports, senior citizens advisory. On the IWMA that I attended, of note was that on a 7-6 vote, the board voted to repeal the styrofoam ordinance as it's written currently. There was a move to maybe extend it, the moratorium because of the COVID, but essentially what came from our meetings that we had last year with regard to the JPA and how we're going to handle IWMA is that we agreed not to make ordinances that are not mandated through the state. So this was not a mandated thing, nor is it even on 1383, which we heard about tonight, oddly enough. But at any rate, we'll be bringing that back for another vote to repeal at the next IWMA meeting. So again, in my opinion, the public is doing the right thing. They're not supporting polystyrene. Restaurateurs are doing the right thing. They're not buying those kind of containers. Things are changing slowly on its own. We do not need to legislate this out. It's changing due to the better materials that are being proposed and the restaurateurs are being able to use for takeaway food. So at any rate, that's moving forward now. And then we have another meeting there I did with Nascimento Water. Maybe we might want to, once this gets finished, have Christopher give us a report on this, was that the agreement that was made back in the 50s with the water that San Luis County would have, the 15,700 acre feet, the way it was to be used was not clear. And so that language is being revised, and working out through our Board of Supervisors and Monterey Board of Supervisors to be more clear, and so that we'd be able to use Nazi water in different ways other than directly to the public in cities. If we wanted to, again, use it on vineyards, if we have excess, that could be done, but currently it's not really set up that way. So that is moving forward. Tomorrow I have my APCD, which we're talking about the dunes again. So probably read about that in the paper, but that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, John. For myself, I had several phone calls with public health, the regular reports to electeds on COVID situation. We've heard where we are on that. I want to remind people that while most of our parameters are good, that's the reason we've moved into red. We are stalled out at the infection rate. We need to make sure that the infection rate is lower. That means mask wearing, hand washing, social distancing. The sooner we get to that next guideline, the sooner we're going to be able to move up in those tiers and continue reopening. So it's a job that we all have to do. I understand that the vaccination process at the event center is going very smoothly. We're doing 600 to 800 a day. I've had several reports from citizens who praised the process, said that it was quick, it was easy, and they thought it was run very efficiently. So that's good news also. I attended not one, not two, but 3 meetings associated with the Homeless Services Oversight Committee. I went to the encampment meeting, the coordinating committee meeting, and also there was a special general board meeting at HSOC, which I attended. I've had Zoom conversations with our Cal Cities representative, Dave Mullinex. We're planning the regular meetings upcoming, and also some policy issues coming before Cal Cities in the future, which we'll be involved with. I also attended online the Cal Cities Speakers Bureau training. And today I was on a webinar presented by Cal Cities on the American Rescue Act and the funds that will be coming down to the various agencies. And that's where all the details and wherein the devil lies. We're going to wait to get that in our hands before we make too many promises with that. I've had meetings with a couple of people in the cannabis industry. We heard from one this evening. They are anxious to move ahead with our citizens committee to gauge public temperature regarding retail sales on cannabis in the city of Paso Robles. I attended the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting, was at the Chamber Mixer on a Mission meeting, was with the Travel Paso Board of Directors this afternoon just before our closed session. And I noticed on my calendar that we are reviving our liaison meetings with the school district, which will be good for us to have continued and expanded conversations on items of mutual interest to the schools and the city. Otherwise, I've been distributing information to my COVID coalition group, the group of people who want to get information and email from me regarding the situation on COVID. Our diversity panel did not meet the last month. We had nothing on the agenda, so we will reschedule that again for next month. And that's a summary of my activities since last we met. Do we have anything else to come before the council, Mr. City Manager?
Not this evening, Your Honor.
How about this morning?
Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Yes, sir.
It's this morning now.
This morning already.
Upcoming events. Adjust your calendars accordingly. Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, March 23rd, 6:30 p.m. Airport Commission meeting Thursday, March 25th, 6:30 p.m. City Council meeting Tuesday, April the 6th at 6:30 p.m. The deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on Tuesday, April 6th is Wednesday, March 17th. And if there's no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion that we all go to Disneyland and adjourn.
I'll second. I got a motion from Councilman Gregory, second from Councilman Strong. Hey, folks, it's been a longer and harder meeting than usual. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. We are adjourned.
Long.